The oceans of the prehistoric world were not empty. Long before humans walked the earth, massive reptiles ruled the seas. These were not dinosaurs, but a different kind of predator. Marine reptiles built for speed, strength, and survival. For years, they were buried beneath layers of rock and forgotten by time. But with new fossil discoveries and advanced imaging technology, we are now seeing them clearer than ever. Giant creatures like Mosasaurus, Plesiosaurus, and Ichthyosaurus are being brought back into the spotlight, not just in labs, but on screens around the world, especially through the Jurassic World franchise. These animals weren't just survivors. They were the dominant force in a deadly underwater world. What made them thrive in an environment so harsh and competitive? How did they evolve into such powerful hunters? And why did they disappear? This documentary takes a deep dive into the story of the dino-like rulers of the sea, uncovering what science and cinema together can tell us about the forgotten giants of Earth's ancient oceans. The Mesozoic era, a sprawling expanse of geological time stretching from roughly 252 million years ago to 66 million years ago, is often popularly remembered as the Age of Dinosaurs. While colossal, land-dwelling reptiles certainly reigned supreme across the continents, a parallel and equally fascinating evolutionary drama was unfolding beneath the waves. This was the period when the oceans, recovering from the catastrophic Permian-Triassic extinction event, became the stage for the spectacular rise of an entirely different lineage of reptilian giants, the marine reptiles. These creatures, driven by ancient ecological pressures and the allure of untapped oceanic resources, embarked on a remarkable journey from terrestrial life back into the aquatic realm, diversifying into a myriad of forms that dominated the ancient seas for tens of millions of years. Their story begins in the early Triassic period, following the end of the Permian period, which saw the greatest mass extinction event in Earth's history. With vast stretches of the planet's oceans suddenly open and ripe for repopulation, some early reptilian groups saw an opportunity. Among the first to dip their toes, quite literally, into the marine lifestyle were the Nothosaurs and Placodonts. Nothosaurs were semi-aquatic, likely hunting fish in shallow coastal waters, perhaps resembling a cross between a seal and a lizard with long necks and powerful tails. Placodonts, on the other hand, developed unique, flattened teeth, suggesting a diet specialized in crushing shellfish and other hard-shelled invertebrates found on the seafloor. These early pioneers represented the initial tentative steps, adaptations still somewhat rudimentary for full aquatic life, but laying the groundwork for the more specialized forms that would follow. As the Triassic progressed and moved into the Jurassic period, the evolutionary experimentation in marine reptiles truly began to flourish. This was the heyday of the Ichthyosaurs, streamlined, dolphin-like predators that perfected the fusiform body plan. With large eyes, often indicating deep-diving capabilities or hunting in low-light conditions, and powerful crescent-shaped tails for propulsion, Ichthyosaurs were the undisputed kings of the open ocean during much of the Jurassic. Their rapid swimming abilities allowed them to pursue agile prey like fish and belemnites, which were ancient squid-like cephalopods. Contemporaneous with the Ichthyosaurs, though occupying a very different ecological niche, were the Plesiosaurs. These magnificent creatures are easily recognizable by their 4 large paddle-like limbs and often exceptionally long necks, though some forms, the Pliosaurs, developed shorter necks and massive heads equipped with formidable teeth, making them apex predators in their own right. The Jurassic oceans, warm and teeming with life, provided a perfect environment for this incredible diversification. High sea levels meant vast stretches of shallow, productive continental shelf seas, offering ample food and habitat for a range of marine life, from microscopic plankton to large fish schools, creating a rich food web that marine reptiles expertly exploited. By the Cretaceous period, the final act of the Mesozoic, new players entered the scene, and some older ones continued to thrive. While Ichthyosaurs began to decline, perhaps outcompeted or facing environmental changes, the Mosasaurs burst onto the stage. These massive, serpentine predators were related to modern-day monitor lizards and snakes, evolving from semi-aquatic ancestors and rapidly colonizing virtually every marine environment. With their powerful jaws, often lined with conical teeth, they became the dominant marine carnivores of the late Cretaceous, preying on everything from fish and sharks to ammonites and even other marine reptiles. Marine crocodiliforms, distinct from their modern freshwater counterparts, also adapted to saltwater, developing paddle-like limbs and specialized glands to excrete excess salt. Even some forms of sea turtles evolved during this time, demonstrating the broad spectrum of reptilian groups that took to the seas. The global ocean circulation patterns, coupled with warmer temperatures, created ideal conditions for marine productivity, ensuring a consistent food supply for these large predators, solidifying their reign until the cataclysmic impact event at the end of the Cretaceous period. Understanding the ascent of these creatures requires a clear differentiation from their more famous land-dwelling cousins, the dinosaurs. It is a common and persistent misconception that marine reptiles, like Ichthyosaurs, Plesiosaurs, and Mosasaurs, were a type of dinosaur. This is fundamentally incorrect. While both groups belong to the broader classification of reptiles, their evolutionary paths diverged long before the true dinosaurs came to dominate the land. Dinosaurs are specifically defined by a suite of anatomical features, most notably their hip structure, which allowed for an upright limb posture directly beneath the body, a posture optimized for efficient terrestrial locomotion. This unique hip and leg arrangement is what differentiates a dinosaur from other reptiles, including other extinct archosaurs like pterosaurs, flying reptiles, and, crucially, marine reptiles. Marine reptiles, on the other hand, evolved from various lineages of diapsids, a group of reptiles characterized by two openings in the skull behind the eye. While some shared a distant common ancestor with dinosaurs much further back in the reptilian family tree, they followed entirely independent evolutionary trajectories. For instance, ichthyosaurs are so distinct that their exact phylogenetic placement remains debated, though they are generally considered a highly specialized branch of marine diapsids. Plesiosaurs and their kin, the Pliosaurs, are part of the Sauropterygia, a group that diverged from other reptiles relatively early. Mosasaurs are squamates, making them distant relatives of modern snakes and lizards, but certainly not dinosaurs. The key takeaway is that while the Mesozoic was an age of reptiles, it encompassed a vast array of reptilian diversity, only a fraction of which were dinosaurs. Think of it like distinguishing between a whale, a marine mammal, and a bear, a terrestrial mammal. Both are mammals, but they are clearly not the same type of animal, nor is one a subcategory of the other. Similarly, a Tyrannosaurus rex was a dinosaur, and a Mosasaurus was a marine reptile, distinct groups with distinct adaptations and evolutionary histories. The most striking differences between marine reptiles and dinosaurs, beyond their fundamental taxonomic distinctions, lay in their anatomical adaptations for their respective environments. Dinosaurs were built for life on land, sturdy limb bones, robust skeletons to support their weight against gravity, and feet designed for walking or running. Marine reptiles, however, underwent profound transformations to thrive in the water. Their limbs, for instance, evolved into paddles or flippers, perfectly suited for propulsion and steering in a fluid medium. Ichthyosaurs developed sleek, fish-like bodies with powerful tails for thrust, much like modern tuna or sharks. Plesiosaurs used their four paddles for a unique underwater flight propulsion system, somewhat akin to sea turtles or penguins. Mosasaurs employed a serpentine, undulatory swimming motion, often using a paddle-like tail for bursts of speed. Their skeletal structures also reflect their aquatic existence. While dinosaurs had strong vertebral columns to support their weight, marine reptiles often had more flexible spines adapted for powerful swimming movements. Their bone density could also be altered for buoyancy control, with some having denser bones, a condition known as pachyostosis, to help them sink or stay submerged for hunting, while others might have lighter bones for better buoyancy. Respiration was also fundamentally different. While both breathed air with lungs, marine reptiles developed adaptations to hold their breath for extended periods, dive to significant depths, and manage the physiological challenges of pressure changes and oxygen deprivation underwater. Some theories even suggest they may have had more efficient oxygen extraction or circulatory systems to maximize their time submerged. Reproduction is another area where profound adaptation occurred. While most dinosaurs laid eggs on land, some marine reptiles, notably Ichthyosaurs, show clear fossil evidence of viviparity, meaning they gave birth to live young in the water. This was a critical evolutionary step, liberating them from the need to return to land, making them truly pelagic, or open ocean, creatures. This is a key adaptation seen in many fully aquatic vertebrates, including modern cetaceans and sirenians. Other marine reptiles, like some Plesiosaurs and Mosasaurs, may have still returned to shore to lay eggs, but the move to live birth showcased the extreme adaptations some groups made to conquer the aquatic environment. The journey back to the water was a testament to the incredible plasticity of evolution. These adaptations allowed marine reptiles to not only survive, but to dominate the Mesozoic oceans. The shift in body shape was paramount. Ichthyosaurs, for instance, developed the classic fusiform or torpedo-shaped body, remarkably similar to modern dolphins or sharks, which is the most hydrodynamically efficient shape for fast swimming through water. This convergent evolution highlights the powerful influence of environmental pressures in shaping form and function. Their dorsal fins and caudal fins, or tail fins, were crucial for stability and propulsion, analogous to those seen in fish despite their reptilian heritage. Plesiosaurs, with their often elongated necks, presented a different solution for aquatic locomotion. Their four powerful flippers moved in a synchronized sculling motion, generating lift and thrust through the water, allowing for agile maneuvering and sustained cruising. The long neck of some Plesiosaurs likely served various purposes, perhaps for stealthily ambushing fish from below or for reaching into crevices on the seafloor. Pliosaurs, the short-necked, large-headed Plesiosaurs, evolved immense jaws and teeth, becoming the killer whales or great white sharks of their time, capable of bringing down large prey. Their robust, paddle-like limbs were still key to their powerful propulsion. Mosasaurs, in their late Cretaceous ascendancy, perfected a serpentine, eel-like swimming motion, combined with paddle-like limbs. Their long, powerful tails, often ending in a fluke, though the exact shape of the fluke is still debated for some species, provided the primary thrust. Their jaw structures were also highly adapted for predation, with kinetic skulls, meaning parts of their skulls could move relative to each other, and recurved teeth that helped them grip and swallow slippery prey. Some had specialized teeth for crushing shells, while others were clearly designed for tearing flesh. Beyond locomotion, sensory adaptations were vital. Many marine reptiles, especially Ichthyosaurs, possessed exceptionally large eyes, suggesting excellent vision, crucial for hunting in potentially murky or deep waters where light penetration was limited. Some might have possessed specialized organs for detecting electrical fields, similar to sharks, or highly developed olfaction to track prey. Their ability to dive to significant depths meant they needed to manage changes in pressure, suggesting strong rib cages and potentially collapsible lungs, though direct evidence for this is challenging to find in the fossil record. Thermoregulation for ectothermic or cold-blooded reptiles presented a challenge in the water. While the Mesozoic oceans were generally warmer than today's, large marine reptiles likely employed gigantothermy, where their sheer body mass allowed them to retain metabolic heat more effectively than smaller creatures, thus maintaining a more stable internal temperature despite the surrounding water. This would have enabled them to operate in a wider range of water temperatures and potentially maintain high metabolic rates for active predation. Dietary adaptations were diverse, reflecting the varied ecological niches these reptiles occupied. Fossilized gut contents have revealed a smorgasbord of prey. Fish scales, cephalopod beaks like those of belemnites and ammonites, shark teeth, and even bones of other marine reptiles. Their teeth evolved accordingly, from the sharp, conical teeth of piscivores or fish-eaters, like Ichthyosaurs and many Mosasaurs, to the crushing plates of placodonts, and the robust, serrated teeth of large Pliosaurs designed for tearing through flesh and bone. This specialization allowed for a broad exploitation of marine resources, minimizing direct competition between different groups. The widespread success and diversification of marine reptiles throughout the Mesozoic era underscore their remarkable adaptability. From the initial tentative steps into coastal waters by nothosaurs and placodonts in the Triassic, to the oceanic dominance of Ichthyosaurs and Plesiosaurs in the Jurassic, and finally the ascendance of Mosasaurs in the Cretaceous, these creatures filled virtually every available predatory niche in the ancient marine food webs. Their evolutionary journey from land to sea was a complex interplay of anatomical modifications, physiological adaptations, and behavioral changes, all driven by the relentless forces of natural selection. Their reign ultimately came to an abrupt end 66 million years ago, not by a decline in their aquatic prowess, but by the same cataclysmic asteroid impact that sealed the fate of their terrestrial dinosaur counterparts. However, their legacy as the true rulers of the Mesozoic seas remains a compelling chapter in the grand narrative of life on Earth. The Jurassic Park film, released in 1993, a cinematic masterpiece that redefined the concept of prehistoric creatures on screen, largely focused its spectacle on the awe-inspiring land-dwelling dinosaurs, while audiences were captivated by the thunderous footsteps of the Tyrannosaurus rex and the terrifying intelligence of the velociraptors. The vast and mysterious oceans of the Mesozoic era, teeming with their own colossal predators, remained largely unexplored within the confines of Isla Nublar. There were fleeting mentions or perhaps subtle hints at aquatic elements, like the presence of a water source for some creatures, but no grand unveiling of a true marine leviathan that could rival the land giants. The park's design, as portrayed in Michael Crichton's original novel, did include a dedicated section for a marine animal, but this was not brought to life in the initial film adaptation. It was not until more than 2 decades later, with the highly anticipated reboot of the franchise, Jurassic World, released in 2015, that the cinematic gates to the ancient oceans were finally flung open, introducing audiences to a creature that would instantly become an icon, the Mosasaurus. The grand debut of the Mosasaurus in Jurassic World was nothing short of spectacular, strategically designed to be one of the film's most memorable and impactful moments. The sequence, set within a massive aquatic amphitheater, presented the creature as a star attraction in the park's daily feeding show. As the park announcer enthusiastically declared the creature's arrival, a colossal shark, dangling from a crane, was slowly lowered into the immense lagoon. The tension built with the rhythmic splashing of the water as the unseen predator approached. Then, with a sudden, explosive surge, the Mosasaurus erupted from the depths, a truly monstrous creature of immense size and power, swallowing the entire shark in a single, bone-crushing gulp, sending a tidal wave over the awestruck audience. This scene immediately established the Mosasaurus not just as another genetically engineered attraction, but as a formidable force of nature, a true apex predator of unparalleled scale within the film's universe. Its sheer size, far exceeding typical scientific estimations for real mosasaurs, was exaggerated for maximum dramatic effect, solidifying its status as the largest and arguably most dangerous creature within the confines of Jurassic World. The ability of the Mosasaurus to leap clear out of the water, showcasing its raw power and predatory agility, instantly captivated viewers. This moment was a pivotal point for the franchise, signaling a significant expansion of the genetically resurrected bestiary, moving beyond the familiar terrestrial dinosaurs and into the realm of marine megafauna, demonstrating that the dangers of genetic manipulation were not limited to the land. the Mosasaurus role did not end with its impressive introduction. It became an instrumental player in the film's climactic battle, when the genetically engineered hybrid, the Indominus Rex, found itself cornered on the park's pier. It was the Mosasaurus that delivered the decisive, shocking blow, dragging the Indominus Rex into the depths. This unforeseen intervention cemented the marine reptile's status as an unpredictable, yet ultimately heroic, or at least conveniently timed, force. Its presence was further expanded upon in Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom, released in 2018, where it escapes into the open ocean, setting the stage for its global impact in the subsequent film. In Jurassic World Dominion, released in 2022, the Mosasaurus is shown as an established presence in the world's oceans, demonstrating the wide-reaching consequences of the creature's escape. The creature's consistent and growing presence throughout the trilogy showcased its importance to the overall narrative, a clear sign of its immense popularity among audiences. While the Plesiosaurus and Ichthyosaurus are also well-known marine reptiles from the Mesozoic, the Mosasaurus was chosen as the flagship marine predator for the Jurassic World series, a choice that undeniably paid off in terms of audience impact and iconic status. The decision to feature the Mosasaurus so prominently had a profound impact on audience perception and the creature's popularity, catapulting it from a relatively niche paleontological subject into a household name. Before Jurassic World, while some dinosaur enthusiasts might have been familiar with mosasaurs, the general public's knowledge of ancient marine reptiles was limited, often overshadowed by the enduring fame of dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops. The film single-handedly brought the Mosasaurus into the mainstream consciousness, especially among younger audiences who were introduced to this terrifying aquatic giant for the first time. Its dramatic portrayal created an instant sense of awe and wonder, coupled with a healthy dose of fear, turning it into a global sensation. One of the most significant aspects of this impact was the interplay between scientific accuracy and cinematic entertainment. The Jurassic World. Mosasaurus is, by scientific standards, wildly exaggerated in size. Real mosasaurs, while certainly large and formidable predators, with some species like Mosasaurus hoffmanni, reaching up to around 17 meters or 56 feet in length, were not the gargantuan beasts portrayed in the films that could easily swallow a great white shark whole or leap dozens of feet into the air. Their natural habitat was also likely shallower, coastal waters, not the deep ocean portrayed in later scenes of Fallen Kingdom or Dominion. Furthermore, their behavior in the films, from the precision of the feeding show to their seemingly strategic intervention in battles, takes considerable artistic license. However, these liberties, while diverging from paleontological reality, were crucial to the creature's overwhelming success in the cinematic realm. The bigger is better philosophy, adopted by the Jurassic World park in the films, where attractions were designed to be more teeth, more wow, was perfectly embodied by the Mosasaurus. Its exaggerated size amplified its cool factor, making it an unforgettable spectacle. The sheer visual power of the Mosasaurus, bursting from the water, dwarfing everything around it, created a primal sense of awe that resonated deeply with audiences. It was not meant to be a documentary. It was pure entertainment, and in that regard, the Mosasaurus delivered spectacularly. This cinematic spectacle, though scientifically inaccurate, made the creature exceptionally popular, proving that dramatic exaggeration can sometimes enhance popular appeal, even if it creates misconceptions about the real animals. The Mosasaurus also helped expand the scope of the Jurassic franchise beyond its terrestrial roots. For over 20 years, the series had primarily focused on land-dwelling dinosaurs and their interactions. The introduction of a dominant marine predator demonstrated that the dangers of genetic engineering and the thrilling potential of resurrected prehistoric life were not confined to land masses. It opened up new narrative possibilities and showcased the terrifying consequences of bringing ancient predators back into a modern world, highlighting that the oceans, too, could become sites of unimaginable peril. This expansion was vital for a franchise seeking to remain fresh and engaging after 2 decades. Beyond the silver screen, the Mosasaurus's popularity translated into a massive wave of merchandise and media. Toys featuring the Mosasaurus became bestsellers, appearing in countless children's toy boxes. It became a featured creature in numerous Jurassic World video games, allowing players to control or encounter the powerful aquatic beast. This ubiquitous presence in spin-off media further cemented its iconic status, making it recognizable even to those who might not have seen the films. Its image became synonymous with the Jurassic World brand, sitting alongside the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Indominus Rex as one of the series' most recognizable and feared creatures. Perhaps one of the most subtle yet significant impacts of the Mosasaurus's portrayal is its potential to spark interest in real-life paleontology. While the film's depiction is far from accurate, the sheer spectacle and excitement generated by the creature might inspire some viewers, particularly children, to delve deeper into the world of prehistoric marine life. A child captivated by the film's Mosasaurus might then seek out books or documentaries about actual Mosasaurs, Plesiosaurs, and Ichthyosaurs, learning about the true science behind these magnificent creatures. In this way, popular culture, even when taking liberties, can serve as a gateway to scientific curiosity and education. The Mosasaurus became a de facto ambassador for ancient marine reptiles, drawing attention to a fascinating, yet often overlooked, branch of paleontology. Moreover, the Mosasaurus played a role in shifting audience perceptions of the ultimate predator. For decades, the Tyrannosaurus Rex held the undisputed crown as the most terrifying and powerful dinosaur in popular culture. The Mosasaurus, with its ability to easily dispatch the Indominus Rex, which itself had proven a formidable adversary for the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Velociraptors, presented a new challenger for this title. It demonstrated that the oceans held creatures equally, if not more, formidable than the land-based giants, expanding the scope of fear and awe associated with prehistoric life. This repositioning helped ensure that the Jurassic World franchise wasn't just a rehash of old ideas, but introduced new elements of wonder and terror. Looking ahead, the success of the Mosasaurus in the Jurassic World franchise may well encourage the inclusion of other marine reptiles in future installments or related media. The cinematic universe has now established that the dangers of prehistoric life extend far beyond the land, and the possibility of encountering a Plesiosaurus in the deep sea or an Ichthyosaurus breaching the waves has been made more palatable to audiences through the Mosasaurus's groundbreaking popularity. Ultimately, the Mosasaurus became more than just a creature in a film. It became a symbol of the franchise's ambition to expand its horizons, a testament to the power of cinematic spectacle and a powerful force in popularizing ancient marine life, even if its portrayal was a product of Hollywood imagination rather than strict scientific rigor. Its iconic status is undeniable, cementing marine reptiles as major players in the ongoing saga of prehistoric creatures in popular culture. When we talk about the ancient oceans, a world teeming with life that existed millions of years ago, it's impossible not to conjure images of colossal creatures that ruled the waves. These were the marine reptiles, a diverse and fascinating collection of animals that, despite their reptilian heritage, had made the deep blue their primary home. Their story is one of remarkable adaptation, of land-dwelling creatures venturing back into the water, evolving incredible specialized features to thrive in a realm so different from their ancestral terrestrial haunts. Understanding them requires a dive into the science of classification, known as taxonomy, which helps us make sense of their relationships, their evolutionary journey, and the distinct ways they carved out their niches in the Mesozoic seas. The very notion of a marine reptile is a testament to life's incredible adaptability. Unlike fish, which evolved in the water, or amphibians that split their time between land and sea, these were animals whose distant ancestors had left the water for good, becoming fully land-based, only for some lineages to make the surprising and arduous journey back. This return to an aquatic existence often led to what scientists call convergent evolution, a phenomenon where unrelated species evolve similar traits because they face similar environmental pressures. Think of how a dolphin, a mammal, looks remarkably like a tuna, a fish, or indeed like an ichthyosaur, a reptile. All three are streamlined, have powerful tails and dorsal fins, all adaptations for efficient movement through water, despite their vastly different family trees. For around 185 million years, roughly from the early Triassic period to the very end of the Cretaceous, these marine reptiles dominated the world's oceans, filling roles now occupied by sharks, dolphins, seals, and whales. And taxonomy is the systematic way we classify and name organisms, creating a hierarchical structure that reflects their evolutionary relationships. It's like building a massive family tree for all life on Earth. At the broadest level, all the marine reptiles we're discussing belong to the kingdom Animalia, then the phylum Chordata, animals with a backbone, and more specifically, the class Reptilia. But within that class, things get much more interesting, as different groups of reptiles independently made the leap back to the sea. For paleontologists, who often only have fragmented fossilized bones and teeth to work with, classifying extinct animals is a monumental challenge. They look for shared anatomical features, patterns in bone structure, and how different species are related through common ancestors, even if those ancestors lived millions of years ago. They piece together these ancient puzzles, forming clades, groups of organisms that include a common ancestor and all of its descendants, to build an understanding of the evolutionary pathways these creatures took. Among the most celebrated and studied groups of marine reptiles are the Ichthyosaurs, the Plesiosaurs, the Pliosaurs, and the Mosasaurs. Each represents a distinct evolutionary path and a unique set of adaptations that allowed them to flourish in the ancient oceans. While they all shared the common goal of surviving and thriving in a marine environment, their approaches to achieving this were wonderfully varied. Let's start with the Ichthyosaurs, often affectionately dubbed the fish lizards or dolphin-like reptiles. These were perhaps the earliest and most highly specialized marine reptiles to emerge, making their appearance in the early Triassic period. From their sleek, streamlined bodies to their powerful, often crescent-shaped tail fins, they were the epitome of aquatic efficiency. Their bodies tapered to a pointed head, and they possessed large eyes, often supported by a ring of bony plates called a scleral ring, which likely helped maintain the eyeball's shape under the immense pressures of deep diving. Many had a prominent dorsal fin and pectoral fins that resembled flippers, all contributing to their hydrodynamic design. Their jaws were typically long and slender, lined with numerous conical teeth, perfectly adapted for snatching slippery fish and cephalopods, such as belemnites, which were ancient relatives of squid. The evolutionary significance of Ichthyosaurs lies in their rapid and profound adaptation to marine life. They were among the first reptiles to truly cut their ties with land, even giving birth to live young in the water, a remarkable feat for any reptile. This viviparity is evidenced by incredible fossil discoveries showing mothers with embryos still inside them. They occupied a range of ecological niches, from agile pursuit predators to larger, more robust forms that might have tackled bigger prey. Their success lasted for well over 100 million years, reaching their peak in the Jurassic, before a gradual decline in the mid-Cretaceous led to their eventual disappearance, long before the final extinction event that claimed the dinosaurs. Next, we have the Plesiosaurs, a group that represents a more diverse and prolonged success story. Originating in the late Triassic and surviving until the end of the Cretaceous period, they were characterized by their unique body plan, a broad, turtle-like body, 4 large, paddle-like limbs, and a relatively short tail. But the most iconic feature, and one that contributed to their incredible diversity, was their neck. Plesiosaurs came in two broad categories: the long-necked forms, the Plesiosauroidea, which included animals like the famous Elasmosaurus, with its astonishingly long neck, sometimes comprising more than 70 vertebrae, and the short-necked, large-headed Pliosaurs, which we will discuss separately due to their distinct evolutionary trajectory and ecological role. The long-necked Plesiosaurs likely used their flippers, which were structurally similar to the wings of a bird, for propulsion, flapping them through the water in a powerful, almost underwater flight. Their elongated necks probably allowed them to ambush schools of fish or cephalopods without needing to move their entire body, acting like a stealthy, flexible fishing rod. Their distinctive limb structure, with many bones contributing to the flipper, provided broad surface area for propulsion. Plesiosaurs were truly a remarkable group, demonstrating the myriad ways reptiles could adapt to aquatic life, persisting through significant environmental changes over tens of millions of years. The Pliosaurs, while taxonomically nested within the broader group of Plesiosauria, are often considered a distinct and terrifyingly successful lineage due to their specialized adaptations as apex predators. Emerging in the Jurassic period and thriving well into the Cretaceous, these were the true tyrants of the seas. Unlike their long-necked plesiosaur cousins, Pliosaurs possessed massively powerful, short necks and enormous, robust skulls. Their jaws were typically armed with large, conical, sometimes serrated teeth, built for crushing bone and tearing flesh. Their bodies were stout, and their four powerful flippers were proportionally larger than those of the long-necked Plesiosaurs, suggesting they were capable of explosive bursts of speed and powerful maneuvering to capture large, struggling prey. Think of them as the ancient ocean's equivalent of modern-day killer whales or great white sharks, occupying the very top of the marine food chain. Iconic examples include Kronosaurus and Liopleurodon, names that conjure images of immense power and predatory efficiency. Their evolutionary significance lies in their adaptation to dominate as macropredators, preying on other marine reptiles, large fish, and cephalopods. They showcase a clear example of adaptive radiation into a specialized predatory niche, demonstrating the extraordinary diversity and ferocity that marine reptiles achieved. Finally, we come to the Mosasaurs, a group that burst onto the scene relatively late in the Mesozoic era, in the late Cretaceous period, but quickly became the dominant marine predators until the very end of the age of dinosaurs. Unlike the other groups, Mosasaurs are more closely related to modern-day lizards and snakes, specifically the monitor lizards. Their entry into the marine realm seems to have been a rapid evolutionary jump from semi-aquatic or coastal lizard ancestors. They had elongated, serpentine bodies, powerful, flattened tails used for propulsion, and paddle-like limbs, though less specialized than the flippers of Ichthyosaurs or Plesiosaurs. Their most distinctive features included their large, often heavily built skulls with double-hinged jaws, which allowed them to swallow surprisingly large prey, much like snakes do today. Their teeth were typically conical and recurved, perfect for grasping and holding slippery prey, and sometimes had cutting edges. Their powerful tails, often ending in a fluke-like structure in advanced forms, made them incredibly agile and swift in the water. The evolutionary significance of Mosasaurs cannot be overstated. They diversified rapidly, filling the ecological vacuum left by the decline of Ichthyosaurs and, perhaps, competing with the remaining Pliosaurs. They occupied a wide range of niches, from generalized predators to specialized mollusk eaters, and some were truly gigantic, reaching lengths of 15 meters or more. Their sudden success and global distribution illustrate how quickly new groups can adapt and dominate when ecological opportunities arise. Their reign, however, was relatively brief, ending abruptly with the mass extinction event at the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. Comparing the distinctive features of these major groups highlights the diversity of adaptations for marine life. In terms of body shape and locomotion, Ichthyosaurs were master undulatory swimmers, propelled by their powerful tail fins, much like tuna or sharks. Plesiosaurs, in contrast, seem to have used their fore flippers in a unique hydrofoil propulsion, essentially flying through the water. Pliosaurs likely adopted a similar, albeit more powerful, form of this underwater flight. Mosasaurs, on the other hand, relied on powerful undulations of their entire body and tail, similar to eels or sea snakes, for propulsion, allowing for bursts of speed and remarkable agility in pursuit of prey. Their skulls and dentition also reveal fascinating dietary specializations. Ichthyosaurs, with their slender snouts and peg-like teeth, were often fish and cephalopod specialists. Plesiosaurs, with their varied neck lengths, might have ambushed prey from a distance, using their interlocking teeth to snare fish. Pliosaurs, with their massive jaws and robust, often crushing teeth, were clearly built for tackling large, tough prey, demonstrating their role as apex predators. Mosasaurs, with their unique jaw articulation and sharp, recurved teeth, were formidable generalists, capable of consuming a wide variety of marine organisms, from fish to cephalopods to even other marine reptiles. Reproduction also offers an interesting comparison. While direct fossil evidence is rare for many extinct animals, incredible finds for ichthyosaurs have unequivocally shown they gave birth to live young in the water, viviparity, meaning they had no need to return to land. This was a crucial adaptation for a truly oceanic lifestyle. For plesiosaurs, pliosaurs, and mosasaurs, the evidence is less direct, but the prevailing scientific consensus, given their fully aquatic adaptations, leans towards viviparity for at least some of these groups as well, or at least a form of live birth in the water, as it would have been incredibly challenging for such large, specialized aquatic animals to haul themselves onto land to lay eggs. The evolutionary significance of these marine reptiles, viewed collectively, is profound. They demonstrate repeated, independent invasions of the marine environment by different reptilian lineages, highlighting the incredible plasticity of evolutionary processes. Their rise and fall over the Mesozoic era illustrate the dynamic nature of ecosystems, with adaptive radiations filling newly available niches and competitive pressures leading to the decline of older groups. Their story is a testament to the power of natural selection to shape life into forms perfectly suited to their environments, even if those environments demand a complete lifestyle overhaul from their ancestors. They played vital roles in the marine food webs of their time, influencing the evolution of fish, cephalopods, and other marine life. Studying their fossils continues to provide invaluable insights into macroevolutionary processes, ancient climates, and the intricate web of life that existed in the Mesozoic seas, offering a window into a world both alien and strangely familiar. Among the most captivating and perhaps most recognizable of the ancient marine reptiles are the Ichthyosaurs. Their name, meaning fish lizard, perfectly encapsulates their remarkable appearance: sleek, streamlined, and undeniably fish-like, or dolphin-like in form, yet distinctly reptilian in their skeletal structure. These magnificent creatures represent one of evolution's most striking examples of convergent evolution, where a land-dwelling lineage returned to the sea and, over millions of years, developed a body plan incredibly similar to modern marine mammals and fish. For around 150 million years, from their first appearance in the early Triassic period to their disappearance in the mid-Cretaceous, Ichthyosaurs were the epitome of aquatic efficiency and arguably the most highly specialized marine reptiles to ever grace the oceans. Their story is one of rapid adaptation, widespread success, and eventual, though still somewhat mysterious, decline. Delving into the physical characteristics of Ichthyosaurs reveals a masterclass in aquatic adaptation. Their most defining feature was their truly fusiform, or teardrop, body shape. A perfectly hydrodynamic design that minimizes drag and allows for efficient movement through water. This torpedo-like form, remarkably similar to that of a modern tuna or dolphin, was achieved through a significant reorganization of their skeletal structure. Their necks were short, almost non-existent in many forms, and their vertebral column was stiffened and streamlined, designed for powerful lateral undulations that propelled them through the water. The fins of an ichthyosaur were also highly specialized. Unlike their terrestrial ancestors, which had limbs adapted for walking on land, ichthyosaur limbs had transformed into paddle-like structures. These were primarily used for steering and stability, much like the foreflippers of a seal, rather than for propulsion. Within these paddle-like fins, a fascinating adaptation known as polyphalangy and polydactyly occurred. Polyphalangy refers to the increase in the number of bones within each digit, making the paddles broader and more effective for maneuvering. Polydactyly, less common but present in some early forms, refers to an increase in the number of digits themselves. But the true powerhouse of ichthyosaur locomotion was their tail. In advanced forms, the tail developed into a powerful, crescent-shaped or lunate caudal fin, very much like that of a tuna or a shark. This type of locomotion, known as thunniform swimming, is incredibly efficient for sustained, high-speed cruising. What's particularly interesting about many ichthyosaur tails is that they were hypercircle, meaning the lower lobe of the tail fin was larger than the upper lobe, which is distinct from the homocircle tails of most fish, where lobes are equal, or the heterocercal tails of sharks, where the upper lobe is larger. Many ichthyosaur fossils also show clear evidence of a cartilaginous dorsal fin, which, while lacking bony support, was essential for stability and preventing rolling during rapid swimming, further enhancing their dolphin-like appearance and function. The skull of an ichthyosaur was also a marvel of adaptation. Most species possessed long, slender snouts, well suited for snapping up fast-moving prey. Their jaws were typically lined with numerous conical, peg-like teeth, often interlocking, perfect for grasping slippery fish and cephalopods. Some later and larger forms developed different tooth morphologies, suggesting a shift in diet towards larger or tougher prey. Perhaps one of the most striking features of the ichthyosaur skull was its enormous eye sockets, or orbits. These large eyes housed a bony ring of plates called a scleral ring, which is also found in some modern birds and lizards. This ring is thought to have helped maintain the shape of the eyeball under the immense pressure of deep water diving, suggesting that many ichthyosaurs were capable of hunting in the deeper, darker parts of the ocean. The placement of their nostrils, often shifted towards the top of the head or greatly reduced, along with adaptations in their ear structures, indicates their senses were finely tuned for the aquatic environment, relying perhaps more on vision and sound underwater than on traditional olfaction. As reptiles, ichthyosaurs were lung breathers, meaning they had to surface regularly to gulp air, much like modern whales and dolphins. Despite this, their anatomy suggests they were highly efficient breathers, capable of prolonged dives. While their internal physiology is harder to ascertain from fossils alone, bone histology and studies of oxygen isotopes in their bones hint that ichthyosaurs, especially larger forms, may have been endothermic or mesothermic, meaning they were able to maintain a relatively elevated body temperature above that of the surrounding water. This adaptation, crucial for active predators in cooler waters, would have allowed them to sustain high metabolic rates necessary for their fast, pursuit predatory lifestyle, similar to modern tuna or leatherback sea turtles. The story of ichthyosaur fossil discoveries is deeply intertwined with the very birth of paleontology as a science. One of the most famous early finds was made by Mary Anning, a remarkable fossil collector from Lyme Regis in Dorset, England, in the early 1800s. Her discoveries of complete ichthyosaur skeletons were revolutionary, providing some of the first compelling evidence of truly ancient, extinct life forms, and capturing the public's imagination. These early finds from the Jurassic coast of England, along with subsequent discoveries around the world, revealed the incredible diversity and evolutionary progression of these marine reptiles. Some fossil sites have yielded truly exceptional preservation, For instance, the shale quarries of Holzmaden in southwestern Germany are renowned for producing Ichthyosaur fossils that not only include bones, but also impressions of soft tissues, such as the outlines of their dorsal fins and tail flukes, providing irrefutable evidence of these features. Even more astonishing are the discoveries of gastric contents, fossilized stomach contents, which offer direct evidence of their diet, revealing belemnite hooks and fish scales. But perhaps the most significant and heartwarming discoveries are those of Ichthyosaur mothers with embryos still preserved inside their bodies. These incredibly rare fossils, found in locations like Holzmaden and elsewhere, provided unequivocal proof that Ichthyosaurs gave birth to live young, viviparously, directly in the water. This was a monumental finding, as it confirmed that Ichthyosaurs had completely severed their ties with the land, unlike sea turtles or crocodiles, which must still return to shore to lay eggs. This adaptation was key to their success as fully oceanic predators, allowing them to live their entire lives in the open sea. The size range of Ichthyosaurs was also impressive, from relatively small early forms, perhaps less than a meter long, to colossal giants like Shonosaurus, discovered in Nevada, North America, which could reach lengths of 15 meters or more, rivaling modern baleen whales in size. Studying these fossils involves advanced techniques like comparative anatomy, biomechanical modeling to understand their swimming capabilities, and bone histology to infer growth rates and even aspects of their physiology. In their ecological roles, Ichthyosaurs were primarily specialized predators in the Mesozoic seas. Fossil evidence from stomach contents and tooth morphology clearly indicates that many species were piscivores, meaning fish-eaters or toothivores, specializing in preying on cephalopods like belemnites and early squid. Their pointed, numerous teeth were perfectly suited for grasping these slippery prey items. The larger Ichthyosaur species likely occupied the role of apex predators, preying on other marine reptiles, large fish, or even juvenile members of their own kind. While they were formidable hunters, evidence also suggests they were not entirely immune to predation themselves, with occasional bite marks on Ichthyosaur bones hinting at encounters with even larger marine predators, such as giant Pliosaurs or sharks. While direct evidence of social behavior in extinct animals is always challenging to interpret, the discovery of large assemblages of Ichthyosaur fossils, particularly in some bone beds, has led some paleontologists to speculate that at least some species might have exhibited schooling or social behavior, similar to modern dolphins or whales. This could have offered advantages for hunting or protection from larger predators. Their viviparous reproduction also suggests a certain level of parental investment, though the extent and duration of this care remain speculative. Ichthyosaurs inhabited a wide range of marine environments, from coastal waters to the open ocean. Their global distribution, with fossils found across continents, speaks to their widespread success and adaptability. They were a dominant force in marine ecosystems throughout the Triassic and Jurassic periods, playing crucial roles in the food webs. However, despite their long period of success, Ichthyosaurs began to decline in diversity and abundance during the mid-Cretaceous period, long before the catastrophic asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs. The exact reasons for their decline are still debated among scientists. Possible explanations include increased competition from newly evolving and diversifying groups of marine predators, such as the more advanced bony fish and the formidable Mosasaurs that emerged in the late Cretaceous. Changes in oceanic conditions, such as sea levels, water temperatures, or shifts in prey availability due to ecological changes, might also have played a role. Regardless of the precise causes, the disappearance of Ichthyosaurs marks a significant shift in the dynamics of marine life in the Mesozoic era, paving the way for other groups to fill the ecological niches they once occupied. Their story is a powerful reminder that even the most specialized and successful creatures can face challenges that eventually lead to their demise, a testament to the ever-changing tapestry of life on Earth. Imagine swimming in the ancient seas of the Mesozoic era, perhaps 100 million years ago. Below the surface, a shadow passes, long and serpentine, followed by a surprisingly stout body propelled by 4 powerful paddles. This was the world of the Plesiosaurs, an incredibly successful group of marine reptiles that dominated the oceans for well over 135 million years, from the early Jurassic period right up until the very end of the Cretaceous. They were not dinosaurs, despite often being lumped into that category in popular culture. Instead, they were a unique lineage of sauropterygians, meaning lizard flippers, which had evolved some truly extraordinary adaptations for a fully aquatic life. At the heart of the Plesiosaur mystique is their iconic anatomy, particularly the often exaggerated length of their necks. While not all Plesiosaurs sported necks of truly epic proportions, the classic image of a long-necked, small-headed marine creature is certainly rooted in reality. The body plan of a typical Plesiosaur was strikingly unique. They possessed a relatively small head, armed with slender, conical teeth. This head was perched at the end of a neck that, in some genera, contained an astonishing number of vertebrae, far exceeding that of any modern animal. Following this elongated neck was a broad, somewhat flattened, and extremely robust body, shaped almost like a turtle without a shell. This body was propelled through the water by 4 powerful, paddle-like limbs, which were more akin to the wings of a penguin or sea turtle than the limbs of land-dwelling reptiles. Finally, a relatively short, stout tail completed their silhouette. Let's delve into the specifics of this fascinating anatomy, starting with that extraordinary neck. In some of the more extreme forms, such as Elasmosaurus, the neck could be 7 or even 8 meters long, comprising as many as 76 individual vertebrae. To put that into perspective, a giraffe, famous for its long neck, only has 7 cervical vertebrae, albeit very elongated ones. The sheer number of bones in a plesiosaur's neck suggests incredible flexibility, but paleontologists have long debated just how flexible these necks truly were. Early reconstructions often depicted plesiosaurs with swan-like necks, capable of curving gracefully above the water, perhaps to snatch birds or low-flying pterosaurs. However, more recent biomechanical analyses, looking at the shape of the vertebrae and the placement of muscle attachments, suggest that while the neck was certainly flexible, it likely wasn't as limber as once thought. The individual vertebrae were often relatively flat, which would have limited the degree of upward or downward bending between each bone. Instead, the flexibility might have been more suited for a series of S-shaped curves or for rapid side-to-side movements underwater, crucial for hunting. The neck would have been packed with powerful muscles, allowing for rapid strikes or for maneuvering the head stealthily through a school of fish. The head itself, while small in proportion to the body, was perfectly adapted for the plesiosaur's feeding strategy. The jaws were typically long and slender, housing numerous sharp, needle-like teeth. These teeth were designed not for chewing or tearing, but for grasping and holding on to slippery prey. They often interlocked when the jaws closed, forming a kind of cage, preventing escape. This dental arrangement strongly suggests a diet primarily of fish and cephalopods, like squid and ammonites. The small head, combined with the long neck, allowed the plesiosaur to approach its prey with minimal disturbance. Rather than chasing down fast-moving targets with its entire body, the plesiosaur could potentially remain relatively still, using its elongated neck to dart its head forward and snatch unsuspecting prey. Moving rearward, the plesiosaur's torso was a remarkable piece of biological engineering. It was broad and robust, likely housing large lungs for buoyancy control and extended dive times. The ribcage was deep, and beneath the belly, many plesiosaurs possessed a series of additional bones called gastrolalia, or belly ribs. These were not connected to the spine, but formed a basket-like structure along the belly, providing support and protection for the soft underside. One of the most intriguing features found in association with plesiosaur skeletons are gastroliths, smooth, rounded stones found within the abdominal region, often in large quantities. These stomach stones have long been a source of debate among scientists. Some theories propose that they acted as ballast, helping the Plesiosaur control its buoyancy in the water, allowing it to dive or surface more easily. Others suggest they aided in digestion, grinding up tough prey like mollusk shells, similar to gizzard stones in birds. A third idea is that they might have helped alleviate the discomfort of gas buildup during digestion. It's possible they served multiple functions. The four paddle-like limbs were the Plesiosaur's primary means of propulsion. Unlike modern marine mammals or turtles that primarily use their hind limbs for propulsion, Plesiosaurs used all four, functioning more like wings in underwater flight. Each paddle was composed of highly modified limb bones. The humerus and femur, upper arm and thigh bones were short and robust, followed by a series of numerous, tightly packed, disc-like bones that made up the forearms and shins. The digits themselves were greatly elongated, with many more phalanges, finger and toe bones, than found in most other vertebrates, a condition known as hyperphalangy. This gave the paddles a broad, stiff, and hydrodynamically efficient shape, perfect for pushing against the water. The powerful musculature that attached to these paddles would have been anchored by massive pectoral and pelvic girdles, effectively creating a strong frame for transmitting power to the limbs. The pectoral girdle particularly was a robust plate of bone beneath the chest, providing a large surface area for the attachment of the muscles that powered the forelimbs, which are thought to have generated the majority of the thrust. In terms of feeding strategies, the Plesiosaur's long neck and small head point to a specific mode of predation. They were likely opportunistic feeders, taking advantage of whatever fish and cephalopods were abundant in their environment. The most popular hypothesis regarding their hunting technique is that they were ambush predators, or perhaps more accurately, stealth predators. Instead of engaging in high-speed chases, a Plesiosaur might have slowly approached a school of fish from below or from the side, keeping its large body hidden. Then, with a sudden, lightning-fast lunge of its head and neck, it would snap up several fish in quick succession before they could disperse. The small head would have created minimal hydrodynamic disturbance, further aiding in this stealthy approach. Some paleontologists have even suggested a fishing pole strategy, where the Plesiosaur would lie motionless, using its long neck to quickly snatch individual fish swimming past. Evidence from stomach contents found with some fossils supports a diet of fish scales, otoliths, ear bones of fish, and cephalopod beaks. Many genera of Plesiosaurs have been identified from the fossil record, showcasing the remarkable diversity within this group. Perhaps the most iconic is Elasmosaurus. Discovered in 1867 in Kansas, United States, though initially the discoverer, Edward Drinker Cope, famously put the head on the tail end, an error later corrected by Othniel Charles Marsh. Elasmosaurus is renowned for its truly immense neck, which constituted more than half of its total body length of about 13 to 14 meters. Its small, pointed teeth and extremely long neck suggest it was a specialized feeder on small, agile prey. Another well-known genus is Plesiosaurus itself, which gives the entire group its name. This early Jurassic Plesiosaur, discovered in the early 1800s by the pioneering fossil hunter Mary Anning in Lyme Regis, England, was one of the first complete skeletons of a large marine reptile ever found. It was significantly smaller than later forms, reaching lengths of perhaps 3 to 5 meters, and its neck was more moderately proportioned than Elasmosaurus, though still quite long for its body size. Its discovery was instrumental in shaping early scientific understanding of these ancient marine creatures. Cryptoclydus, from the Middle Jurassic of England, is another noteworthy plesiosaur. It represents a more moderate-necked form, typically growing to about 4 meters in length. Its name means hidden clavicle, referring to a bone in its shoulder girdle that was difficult to discern in early fossils. Cryptoclydus is often depicted as a graceful swimmer, with a diet primarily of small fish and perhaps squid, caught using its moderately long neck. Its anatomy is well represented in the fossil record, providing valuable insights into the group's morphology. Larger, long-necked forms from the late Cretaceous include Thalassemodon, meaning sea lord, from North America, which could reach lengths of 12 meters, with a neck about 6 meters long and 37 vertebrae. Similar in size and form was Ichthyosaurus, another North American elasmosaurid, known for its long, slender skull and formidable neck. A particularly unusual plesiosaur was Aristonectes, from the late Cretaceous of South America and Antarctica. While most plesiosaurs had relatively small heads, Aristonectes had a much larger, broader skull with a short neck and numerous very small teeth, suggesting a unique feeding strategy. Some paleontologists hypothesize that it might have been a filter feeder, swimming through the water with its mouth open, sieving out small crustaceans and plankton, a lifestyle not typically associated with other plesiosaurs. This genus highlights the remarkable adaptive radiation and diversity within the broader Plesiosaur group. The fossil record of Plesiosaurs is rich and globally distributed, reflecting their success across various ancient seas. Fossils have been unearthed in North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Australia, and Antarctica, indicating they were cosmopolitan inhabitants of Mesozoic oceans. Their remains are often found in marine sedimentary rocks, such as shales and limestones, which were laid down on the ancient seafloor. Key discoveries, beyond Mary Anning's pioneering work, include numerous well-preserved skeletons from the western interior seaway of North America, an epicontinental sea that covered much of central North America during the late Cretaceous. These sites have yielded not only articulated skeletons, but also stomach contents, gastroliths, and even evidence of healed injuries, providing a window into their lives and interactions within the ancient marine ecosystem. Perhaps one of the most significant recent discoveries regarding plesiosaur biology was the find, in 2009, of a pregnant Polycotylus plesiosaur fossil from Kansas. This remarkable specimen contained a single, large fetus within its abdominal cavity, providing unequivocal evidence that plesiosaurs gave birth to live young, rather than laying eggs on land like sea turtles or crocodiles. This discovery challenged long-held assumptions about their reproductive strategies and suggested a more advanced level of parental investment, as raising a single, large offspring implies a significant commitment. It further cemented their status as fully marine creatures, incapable of returning to land even to nest, similar to modern whales and dolphins. This find was a momentous step in understanding the life history of these long-necked predators of the ancient seas. While plesiosaurs, with their long necks and graceful movements, carved out an impressive niche in the Mesozoic oceans, another group of marine reptiles, closely related yet strikingly different, ascended to the very top of the marine food chain. The Pliosaurs, often referred to as sea monsters or ocean tyrants. Pliosaurs were the true apex predators of their time, possessing a fearsome array of adaptations that allowed them to dominate the marine environment for over 135 million years, from the early Jurassic through the late Cretaceous. To understand Pliosaurs, it's essential to first grasp how they differed from their plesiosaur cousins, despite both belonging to the same, broader group of sauropterygians. The most immediate and striking difference between a pliosaur and a plesiosaur is their overall body plan, particularly the proportions of their heads and necks. Whereas plesiosaurs were characterized by their often exceedingly long necks and relatively small heads, pliosaurs were the exact opposite. They possessed enormous, massively built skulls and short, powerful necks. Imagine a giant, predatory marine reptile with a head disproportionately large for its body, a jaw packed with dagger-like teeth, and a neck so stout it barely seemed to exist. That was the archetypal pliosaur. Their bodies were typically more streamlined and torpedo-shaped than the broad, somewhat flattened bodies of plesiosaurs, built for powerful bursts of speed and direct confrontation. Their four paddle-like limbs were also robust and powerful, suggesting high-performance swimming. Let's elaborate on these critical distinctions. The head size alone tells much of the story. A pliosaur's skull could constitute up to 1/4 or even 1/3 of its total body length, a truly gargantuan proportion when compared to the tiny heads of many plesiosaurs. This immense skull housed powerful jaw muscles, which would have been capable of delivering bone-crushing bites. The teeth of pliosaurs were also distinctly different. While plesiosaurs had slender, needle-like teeth for grasping small, slippery prey, pliosaurs were equipped with large, conical, often serrated or ridged teeth designed for puncturing, crushing, and tearing through much larger and tougher prey. Some species even exhibited heterodonty, meaning they had different types of teeth adapted for different functions, further indicating a diet of substantial and varied prey. The neck was the other major distinguishing feature. Instead of the dozens of long cervical vertebrae found in plesiosaurs, pliosaurs had a much shorter, more robust neck, typically comprising far fewer, larger vertebrae, perhaps around 13 to 15. This short neck would have provided a strong, stable platform for the massive head and jaws, allowing for rapid, powerful head movements and resisting the immense forces generated when attacking and subduing large, struggling prey. It was a neck built for power and precision in an attacking role, not for the stealthy, reaching movements of a long-necked predator. Their overall body shape reflected their predatory lifestyle. While still propelled by 4 paddles, pliosaurs likely used a more powerful, burst-swimming approach. Their bodies were generally more muscular and hydrodynamic than those of plesiosaurs, allowing them to chase down and grapple with large, formidable prey. The pectoral and pelvic girdles were incredibly robust, providing massive attachment points for the powerful muscles that drove their flippers, enabling sustained, high-speed pursuit and bursts of acceleration. Given these anatomical specializations, the hunting behaviors of pliosaurs were likely terrifyingly effective. They occupied the ecological role of apex predators, much like modern orcas or great white sharks, but on an even grander scale. Their prey would have included virtually anything they could catch and overpower in the Mesozoic seas. Evidence from fossil stomach contents and bite marks on other marine reptile skeletons suggests a diet of large fish, sharks, marine crocodiles, and even other marine reptiles, including plesiosaurs themselves. Their massive jaws and powerful bite force would have been their primary weapons. It's believed that some of the largest pliosaurs possessed the strongest bites of any animal known to have lived, capable of crushing bone with ease. Pliosaurs were likely active pursuit predators, using their formidable size and power to run down and overpower their prey. Their hydrodynamic bodies and powerful paddles would have enabled them to accelerate quickly and maintain high speeds over short distances. Once they caught their prey, their immense jaws and dagger-like teeth would have been used to inflict catastrophic injuries, rapidly incapacitating the victim. While it's difficult to determine from the fossil record alone, it's generally assumed that pliosaurs were solitary hunters, given their size and the amount of food required to sustain them. However, like many large predators, they were probably also opportunistic scavengers, taking advantage of any large carcasses they encountered. Healed bite marks on the bones of other marine reptiles, clearly from pliosaurs, serve as grim reminders of their predatory prowess and the fierce struggles that often ensued between these leviathans. Numerous species and genera of pliosaurs have been identified, each contributing to our understanding of this fearsome group. Perhaps the most famous is Liopleurodon, thanks in part to its depiction in popular documentaries. While often exaggerated in size in popular culture, a fully grown Liopleurodon was still an immense animal, with estimates ranging from 5 to 7 meters for most specimens, though a few fragmentary remains suggest some individuals may have reached 10 meters or more. Its name means smooth-sided tooth, referring to the lack of ornamentation on its teeth. Liopleurodon lived during the Middle Jurassic period and was characterized by its extremely large skull, which could be up to 1/5 of its total body length, and its powerful interlocking teeth. It was undoubtedly a formidable predator, ambushing and dismembering large prey in the ancient European seas. Another giant of the Pliosaur world was Kronosaurus, named after the Greek titan Kronos, known for devouring his children. This late early Cretaceous Pliosaur, first discovered in Queensland, Australia, was truly colossal, estimated to have reached lengths of 9 to 10.5 meters. Its skull alone could be over 2.5 meters long, containing a battery of powerful, conical teeth. The sheer size of its head and jaws suggests it was capable of taking down virtually any prey in its environment, including large turtles and other marine reptiles. Fossils of Kronosaurus have also been found in Colombia, South America, indicating a wide distribution. The genus Plesiosaurus itself, from which the group takes its name, is an important representative, appearing in the late Jurassic of Europe. While not reaching the mythical sizes sometimes attributed to Liopleurodon or Kronosaurus, Plesiosaurus species were still substantial predators, typically around 7 to 12 meters long. Recent discoveries, such as the specimen dubbed Predator X, or more formally, Plesiosaurus funki, from Svalbard, Norway, have revealed truly gigantic individuals, possibly reaching lengths of 12 to 15 meters, with skulls over 2.5 meters long. This particular specimen, discovered in 2008, with its massive, robust teeth and immense bite force, confirms the existence of pliosaurs that were indeed among the largest and most powerful predators to have ever lived. Earlier in the Jurassic, we find genera like Romaliosaurus. While not as large as their later cousins, Romaliosaurus, meaning strong-bodied lizard, from the early Jurassic of England and Germany, reaching lengths of up to 7 meters, was an early and powerful pliosaur. It retained a somewhat longer neck than later, more specialized pliosaurs, representing an important stage in the evolutionary transition from more generalized plesiosaurs towards the extreme predatory adaptations seen in later forms. Its skull was still quite large and robust, indicating its predatory lifestyle. From the late Cretaceous of North America, we have Brachiochenius, a particularly late surviving pliosaur that lived right up until the late Cretaceous, shortly before the Capege extinction event. It was also a large predator, reaching perhaps 11 meters in length, but with a relatively longer and more slender snout compared to the broad, deep jaws of earlier pliosaurs. This might indicate a shift in its predatory focus towards more agile fish or smaller marine reptiles in its environment. The fossil record of pliosaurs, like that of Plesiosaurs, is extensive and globally distributed, found in marine sediments from North America, South America, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Significant discoveries, such as the well-preserved skeletons and isolated skulls from the Kimmeridge Clay Formation in England, or the discoveries from the Arctic archipelago of Svalbard, have provided invaluable insights into their anatomy, size, and predatory capabilities. Paleontologists continue to unearth new specimens, leading to a constantly evolving understanding of these magnificent marine titans. The sheer power and scale implied by these fossils paint a vivid picture of the Mesozoic oceans as truly formidable environments, ruled by these short-necked, large-headed, and utterly dominant apex predators. Their eventual extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period marked the end of an era of marine reptile dominance, paving the way for the rise of other marine predators in the Cenozoic era that followed. Imagine a time, deep within the planet's history, when the oceans weren't ruled by massive whales or fearsome sharks as we know them today. Instead, the supreme overlords of the seas were a group of incredibly successful, scaly reptiles known as Mosasaurs. These creatures emerged from relatively humble beginnings, rapidly diversifying and expanding their dominion across the globe during the late Cretaceous period, leaving an indelible mark on the marine ecosystem before their abrupt disappearance at the close of that geological epoch. Their story is one of remarkable evolutionary adaptation, ecological prowess, and ultimately, a sudden and dramatic end. The evolutionary journey of Mosasaurs is a fascinating tale of a terrestrial, or at least semi-aquatic lineage, making a profound and ultimately complete transition to a fully aquatic lifestyle. Scientists generally agree that Mosasaurs were closely related to modern-day monitor lizards, like the Komodo dragon, or perhaps a shared ancestor with snakes, placing them firmly within the squamate order. The earliest hints of this lineage's aquatic leanings can be seen in forms like Ichthyosaurus, a small, lizard-like reptile that lived in coastal environments during the early Cretaceous. These initial pioneers were likely agile swimmers in shallow waters, hunting fish and other small prey, but still retained limbs well suited for movement on land. They were not yet the streamlined, powerful predators that would later terrorize the open oceans. The crucial evolutionary steps that led to the emergence of true mosasaurs involved a series of gradual but significant changes. Their bodies became more elongated and serpent-like, a design that offered superb hydrodynamic efficiency in water. Their limbs, once capable of supporting their weight on land, began to transform into paddle-like structures, perfect for steering and maneuvering through the watery depths. The tail, the ultimate propulsion engine for these creatures, became laterally compressed and powerful, culminating in some later forms, like Mosasaurus hoffmanni, potentially even developing a distinct fluke similar to that of a shark or an ichthyosaur, though direct evidence for a vertical fluke in all species remains a subject of ongoing research. This move towards a more fully aquatic existence meant they were less reliant on land, only needing to surface for air, much like a whale or a dolphin today. By the late Cretaceous, roughly 93 to 66 million years ago, Mosasaurs had undergone a spectacular radiation, spreading into every conceivable marine environment. This period saw the rise of diverse genera, each occupying slightly different ecological niches. The mighty Mosasaurus, for instance, was a true behemoth, with some specimens suggesting lengths exceeding 17 meters, possessing a robust skull and conical teeth perfect for crushing bones and tearing flesh. Tylosaurus, another giant, was characterized by its long, slender snout, often referred to as a ramming snout, which it may have used to stun prey or perhaps even engage in intraspecific combat. Then there were the more specialized forms like Prognathodon, with its robust, crushing teeth designed for tackling hard-shelled prey like ammonites and turtles, or Platecarpus, a more agile, deep-bodied mosasaur with large eyes, suggesting it was a swift pursuit predator in deeper waters. Even smaller, more slender forms like Clidastes existed, likely preying on smaller fish and cephalopods in more coastal settings. This incredible diversification hints at their supreme adaptability and competitive edge. They effectively filled the top predator roles that had been vacated by the decline of some large ichthyosaurs and the shift in dominance among plesiosaurs. Their geographical spread was equally impressive. Fossil discoveries across North America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Antarctica confirm their global presence, indicating they were masters of both temperate and tropical waters, navigating vast oceanic stretches with apparent ease. The end of their reign, however, was sudden. Like the non-avian dinosaurs, mosasaurs were wiped out during the catastrophic KPG extinction event 66 million years ago, bringing an end to their remarkable evolutionary success story and paving the way for the rise of new marine predators, including early forms of whales and sharks that would come to dominate in the Cenozoic era. Delving into the physical traits of mosasaurs reveals a sophisticated design honed by millions of years of evolution in the marine realm. While they were reptiles, they possessed a suite of adaptations that made them functionally similar to some of the most efficient marine predators of today. Their general body plan was that of an elongated, serpentine creature, tapering gracefully towards a powerful, paddle-like tail. The head was typically large, often disproportionately so, housing a formidable set of jaws. These jaws were a marvel of evolutionary engineering, bearing a striking resemblance to those of snakes. They were kinetic, meaning they could flex and articulate in multiple places, including an intramandibular joint within the lower jaw itself. This flexibility allowed mosasaurs to gape their mouths incredibly wide, enabling them to swallow very large prey whole, a highly efficient feeding strategy in the marine environment. Their teeth were generally sharp and recurved, designed to grip slippery prey, but their morphology varied significantly depending on the species' diet. Some, like Mosasaurus, had conical, robust teeth suited for puncturing and tearing, while others, such as Prognathodon, possessed more rounded, crushing teeth, perfectly adapted for cracking the shells of ammonites, clams, or the carapaces of sea turtles. There were even mosasaurs with specialized dentition for slicing, reflecting a diverse range of feeding habits. The limbs of mosasaurs were one of their most distinctive features, having undergone a complete transformation from terrestrial legs to aquatic paddles. While they retained the fundamental skeletal elements of their lizard ancestors, humerus, radius, ulna, and digits, these bones were shortened and flattened, encased in flesh to form rigid, oar-like structures. These paddles were not primarily for propulsion, which was handled by the powerful tail, but rather served as crucial steering and maneuvering devices. They would have been used to control pitch and roll, enabling swift turns and precise adjustments to catch agile prey. This is somewhat analogous to how modern sea turtles use their flippers, though the primary propulsive force in mosasaurs came from their powerful tail. The tail itself was the powerhouse. It was laterally compressed, forming a deep, muscular rudder that would have moved in powerful, undulating motions from side to side, propelling the animal through the water with considerable speed and efficiency. Evidence, particularly from specimens like Mosasaurus hoffmanni, with preserved tail impressions, suggests that at least some mosasaurs, especially the later, more derived forms, possessed a distinct caudal fluke, a fin-like structure on the tail that further enhanced their propulsive capabilities, much like the tail of a shark or an ichthyosaur. This adaptation would have significantly improved their sustained swimming speed and burst acceleration, making them incredibly formidable hunters. While their skin is not often preserved, fossil evidence and comparisons with their closest living relatives suggest that mosasaurs likely had scaly skin, possibly with small, non-overlapping scales, similar to modern snakes or monitor lizards. Some studies have even hinted at the presence of a keel-like structure on the back in some species, which could have further enhanced their hydrodynamic profile. As reptiles, mosasaurs were air breathers, meaning they had to periodically surface to inhale, a characteristic that might have influenced their hunting strategies and maximum dive times. One of the more intriguing aspects of mosasaur biology is their thermoregulation. While traditionally considered ectothermic, cold-blooded, like most reptiles, their active, high-performance predatory lifestyle in open ocean environments has led many scientists to speculate that they may have been mesothermic or even endothermic, meaning they could generate at least some of their own body heat. This would have allowed them to maintain a more consistent internal temperature, enabling sustained bursts of speed and greater endurance in cooler waters, giving them a significant advantage over purely cold-blooded predators. Mosasaurs likely possessed keen senses adapted for their aquatic world. Their large eyes, particularly in some deeper diving species, suggest excellent vision, crucial for spotting prey in the relatively dim ocean depths. There's also speculation that they might have possessed a Jacobson's organ, similar to snakes and monitor lizards, allowing them to smell chemicals dissolved in the water by flicking their forked tongues, though direct fossil evidence for this is hard to come by. The role of mosasaurs in the marine ecosystem during the Cretaceous period was nothing short of dominant. They were the apex predators of their time, occupying the top tiers of the food chain in virtually every marine environment they inhabited. From the shallow coastal waters to the vast open ocean, mosasaurs filled a wide array of predatory niches. Their diverse dentition and body forms indicate that they were not specialized in hunting just one type of prey, but instead adapted to consume whatever was abundant and available. Their diet was incredibly varied. Fossils found with stomach contents reveal a smorgasbord of marine life. Large fish, such as the predatory fish Xiphactinus, a wide variety of cephalopods, including ammonites and belemnites, whose shells and internal structures are often found in mosasaur gut contents, and even other marine reptiles, including smaller mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, and sea turtles. Evidence suggests that even large sharks, the very creatures that would eventually become the dominant marine predators in the Cenozoic, were not safe from the jaws of a hungry mosasaur. They were opportunistic hunters, likely ambushing prey or engaging in pursuit predation, depending on their species and the prey's characteristics. The presence of mosasaurs significantly influenced the population dynamics of their prey. As top predators, they exerted strong selective pressures on the creatures beneath them in the food web, driving adaptations in prey species for defense, speed, or camouflage. Their sheer numbers and widespread distribution meant that they were a constant and formidable threat to virtually all large marine life in the Cretaceous seas. Competition for resources undoubtedly existed between different mosasaur species, as well as with other contemporary marine predators. While Plesiosaurs, particularly the short-necked Pliosaurs, also occupied large predator niches, there is evidence of a degree of ecological separation. Plesiosaurs, while powerful, might have been more specialized for ambushing prey from below, while mosasaurs, with their more flexible bodies and powerful tails, were arguably more agile and better suited for sustained pursuit. Large sharks, like the early forms of Cretoxyrhina, the Ginsu shark, also shared the seas with mosasaurs, but the fossil record indicates that mosasaurs were generally larger and more diverse in their predatory adaptations, perhaps allowing them to outcompete sharks for some of the largest prey items. The dominance of mosasaurs lasted for roughly 30 million years, a significant stretch of geological time during which they reigned supreme. Their ecological impact was profound, shaping the evolution and distribution of countless other marine species. Their eventual extinction at the KPG boundary was a testament to the sheer scale of that catastrophic event, as these highly successful, adaptable, and widespread marine reptiles were utterly wiped out, demonstrating that even the most dominant predators are not immune to the planet's major extinction events. Their legacy, however, lives on in the extensive fossil record they left behind, providing scientists with a rich tapestry of information about a truly incredible group of marine reptiles that once ruled the ancient oceans. Among the diverse and fascinating lineage of Ichthyosaurs, those remarkable marine reptiles that convergently evolved to resemble modern dolphins and fish, Temnodontosaurus stands out as a true titan. This magnificent creature, whose name appropriately translates to cutting-tooth lizard, was not just large, it was one of the absolute largest, if not the very largest, Ichthyosaur to have ever graced the Earth's oceans. Its story is deeply intertwined with the early days of paleontology and provides crucial insights into the apex predators of the early Jurassic marine realm, showcasing the pinnacle of Ichthyosaur evolution before their eventual decline. To speak of the size of Temnodontosaurus is to evoke a sense of awe. While exact maximum lengths are always subject to ongoing discoveries and interpretation of fossil fragments, estimates for some of the largest Temnodontosaurus species, particularly Temnodontosaurus platydon, suggest they could reach lengths of up to 15 or even over 20 meters. To put that into perspective, envision a modern sperm whale, one of the largest extant predators, and you begin to grasp the sheer scale of this ancient marine reptile. These immense dimensions place Temnodontosaurus squarely among the largest marine animals to have ever lived, rivaling even some of the largest pliosaurs and certain species of whales. Its sheer bulk would have been immense, though specific weight estimates are highly speculative given the challenges of calculating the mass of an extinct creature from skeletal remains. Compared to other ichthyosaurs, Temnodontosaurus was an absolute behemoth. Most other ichthyosaur genera, while formidable in their own right, rarely exceeded lengths of 10 to 12 meters. Even the large late Triassic ichthyosaurs, like Shonesaurus, while voluminous, didn't quite reach the same streamlined predatory length that Temnodontosaurus achieved. This gargantuan size would have made Temnodontosaurus virtually immune to predation as an adult, placing it firmly at the very top of the marine food chain during the early Jurassic. It was a living, breathing super-predator, capable of tackling the largest prey available in its oceanic environment. The habitat of Temnodontosaurus was the open, deep oceans of the early Jurassic period, primarily during the Pliensbachian and Toarcian stages, roughly 190 to 183 million years ago. During this time, the Earth's continents were still configured differently from today, with the supercontinent Pangaea slowly beginning to break apart. The shallow epicontinental seas and deeper ocean basins provided a rich environment for marine life. Fossil evidence for Temnodontosaurus has been predominantly found in Europe, particularly in the famous Lagerstätte fossil sites with exceptional preservation of the Lower Lias group in Lyme Regis, Dorset, England, and Holzmarden, Germany. These locations were ancient marine environments where conditions were ideal for the rapid burial and fossilization of large marine creatures, leading to the discovery of remarkably complete and articulated skeletons. The prevalence of its fossils in these deep-water, offshore deposits suggests that Temnodontosaurus was a truly pelagic animal, meaning it spent most of its life in the open ocean, far from coastal areas. This is in contrast to some other marine reptiles that might have preferred shallower, near-shore habitats. Its streamlined body and powerful tail were perfectly adapted for sustained cruising and bursts of speed in the vastness of the open sea, where it would have pursued its prey across long distances. The fossil evidence for Temnodontosaurus is not only abundant, but also exceptionally well preserved, a testament to the unique geological conditions of its burial sites. The earliest and arguably most significant discoveries of Temnodontosaurus fossils are intimately linked with the pioneering work of early 19th century fossil hunters like Mary Anning in Lyme Regis. Anning, a remarkable self-taught paleontologist, made several groundbreaking discoveries of ichthyosaurs and other marine reptiles from the cliffs of the Jurassic coast, including some of the first recognized specimens of Temnodontosaurus. These early finds were crucial in establishing the existence of these ancient marine giants and ignited scientific curiosity about the prehistoric world. What makes the fossil record of Temnodontosaurus so compelling is not just the completeness of many skeletons, but also the occasional preservation of softer tissues and stomach contents. From the articulated skeletons, paleontologists have been able to reconstruct its powerful, elongated skull, its massive eye sockets, among the largest of any known animal relative to body size, hinting at excellent vision in potentially dim light conditions, and its distinctive, powerful jaws lined with sharp, conical teeth. These teeth were well suited for grasping and tearing flesh, consistent with its role as an apex predator. Crucially, analysis of fossilized stomach contents has provided direct evidence of its diet. These findings typically show the remains of large fish and cephalopods, particularly belemnites, extinct squid-like animals with internal shells, and ammonites, extinct shelled cephalopods. The sheer size of some of the prey items found in Temnodontosaurus stomachs underscores its capacity to consume very large prey, further solidifying its position as a top predator. Some rare specimens from Holzmarden have even shown evidence of preserved soft tissue outlines, providing tantalizing glimpses into its external morphology, such as the shape of its dorsal fin and tail flukes, confirming its highly streamlined, fish-like body shape. While direct fossil evidence of viviparity, live birth, in Temnodontosaurus itself might be less common than in some other ichthyosaur genera, like Stenopterygius, where multiple instances of embryos within the mother have been found. The general consensus among paleontologists is that all ichthyosaurs, including Temnodontosaurus, were viviparous. This adaptation, a critical step in their complete transition to a marine lifestyle, meant they did not need to return to land to lay eggs, allowing them to spend their entire lives in the ocean. The discovery of many ichthyosaur skeletons with embryos inside, specifically oriented for tail-first birth to prevent drowning, provides overwhelming evidence for this reproductive strategy across the group. The significance of Temnodontosaurus in marine reptile evolution is profound and multifaceted. It represents a pinnacle of ichthyosaur evolution, showcasing the ultimate adaptations for an aquatic life achieved by this reptilian lineage. Its immense size and specialized features make it a prime example of a marine reptile that evolved to fill the role of an apex predator in the early Jurassic oceans. Its presence at the top of the food chain illustrates the complex ecological structures that existed in these ancient seas. Temnodontosaurus also provides compelling evidence for the concept of convergent evolution. Despite being a reptile, its body plan, including its streamlined, spindle-shaped body, powerful crescent-shaped tail fluke, and dorsal fin, is strikingly similar to that of modern predatory fish like tuna and oceanic sharks, as well as marine mammals like dolphins. This remarkable convergence demonstrates how different groups of animals, under similar environmental pressures, in this case, life in the open ocean and the need for efficient locomotion, can evolve independently to achieve similar functional designs. Studying Temnodontosaurus helps paleontologists understand the biomechanics of powerful swimming in extinct animals and draw parallels with living creatures. Beyond its evolutionary significance, Temnodontosaurus offers invaluable insights into the overall biology of ichthyosaurs. Its fossil record, particularly the completeness of specimens from sites like Holzmaden, has allowed scientists to deduce much about ichthyosaur locomotion, feeding strategies, and potentially even aspects of their physiology. The enormous size of its eye, for example, suggests adaptations for hunting in deeper, darker waters, or perhaps for hunting during twilight hours, illuminating aspects of its daily life and ecological niche. Its powerful jaws and dentition speak volumes about its predatory capabilities and the types of prey it consumed. The extinction of Temnodontosaurus itself, while not as abrupt and widespread as the K-Page event, is part of a broader pattern in ichthyosaur evolution. While some large ichthyosaurs continued to exist for a time after the early Jurassic, the giants like Temnodontosaurus eventually faded from the fossil record. The overall diversity and dominance of large ichthyosaurs began to decline by the Middle Jurassic, and by the late Cretaceous, only smaller, more specialized forms remained, before the entire group finally disappeared completely, several millions of years before the non-avian dinosaurs. This gradual decline is thought to be linked to increasing competition from other marine predators, particularly the emerging Mosasaurs and increasingly successful large sharks, which were better adapted to new ecological opportunities, or perhaps simply outcompeted the ichthyosaurs as the oceans continued to change. In essence, Temnodontosaurus was a magnificent chapter in the story of marine reptile evolution. It was a creature that epitomized the success of the ichthyosaur lineage, showcasing their ability to evolve into highly efficient, formidable oceanic predators. Its fossil legacy continues to be a treasure trove of information, helping scientists piece together the intricate jigsaw puzzle of ancient marine ecosystems and understand the remarkable adaptations that allowed reptiles to conquer the vast and unforgiving domain of the prehistoric seas. Its story is a powerful reminder of the transient nature of dominance in the natural world, even for the most awe-inspiring giants. The tale of Elasmosaurus is one deeply intertwined with the very foundations of vertebrate paleontology in North America, serving not only as a remarkable example of evolutionary adaptation, but also as a cornerstone in one of science's most famous rivalries. This magnificent creature, with its astonishingly elongated neck and sleek, powerful body, has captivated imaginations for generations, cementing its status as arguably the most recognizable of all plesiosaurs. Discovered during a pivotal era of fossil hunting, the initial interpretation and subsequent correction of its anatomy became a legend in itself, shaping how we understand not just this particular ancient marine reptile, but also the process of scientific discovery itself. Its unique form, particularly that extraordinarily long neck, has been a subject of intense scientific inquiry, sparking debates about its function, flexibility, and how such an unusual appendage contributed to the animal's life in the ancient seas. Beyond the scientific discussions, Elasmosaurus has carved a prominent place in popular culture, becoming a shorthand for the mysterious and awe-inspiring leviathans that once patrolled the Mesozoic oceans, forever linking its image with the prehistoric past. The defining feature of Elasmosaurus, indeed its very namesake, is its exceptionally long neck, a structure that has fascinated and puzzled paleontologists since its discovery. This incredible appendage was composed of an unprecedented number of cervical vertebrae, around 76 in total, a count far exceeding that of any other known vertebrate, living or extinct. To put this into perspective, modern mammals, even those with long necks like giraffes, typically possess just 7 cervical vertebrae, though they are proportionally much larger. This sheer number of individual bones gave the Elasmosaurus neck a remarkable length, estimated to be about half the animal's total body length, which could reach up to 14 meters, or around 46 feet. The vertebrae themselves were relatively short and flat-faced, forming a series of interlocking discs. Their articulation, while allowing for movement, also presented a biomechanical puzzle that scientists have sought to unravel for well over a century. Early reconstructions, fueled by a blend of scientific speculation and artistic license, often depicted Elasmosaurus with a swan-like neck, curving gracefully and capable of holding its head high above the water or plunging it into the depths with great flexibility. This popular image suggested a highly maneuverable neck, capable of rapid lateral movements and extensive coiling. However, as paleontological understanding advanced and more rigorous biomechanical analyses were applied to the fossil record, this initial view began to shift. Studies examining the shape of the vertebral centra and zygapophyses, the interlocking processes that connect adjacent vertebrae, indicated that while the neck was certainly flexible, it likely wasn't as freely articulating as once imagined. The predominant view among modern paleontologists is that the Elasmosaurus neck, despite its length, was relatively stiff, especially in the vertical plane. It could bend laterally, perhaps in a gentle S-curve, but extensive up and down motion or tight coiling would have been difficult, if not impossible, given the structure of the vertebrae and the likely robust musculature needed to support such a massive structure. The muscles controlling this lengthy neck would have been incredibly powerful, attaching to the processes on the vertebrae and extending along its length. These muscles would have been crucial not only for movement, but also for supporting the sheer weight of the neck and head, especially in a buoyant aquatic environment. The sheer mass of the neck also brings into question its hydrodynamic properties. Some theories suggest that the long neck was primarily an adaptation for stealth hunting. Imagine a large, torpedo-shaped body remaining hidden in the murky depths below, while the elongated neck and small head silently probed the waters above, seeking out unsuspecting fish or squid. This submerged ambush strategy would allow Elasmosaurus to approach prey without its large body creating a significant disturbance or casting a shadow. The neck could then extend rapidly to snatch a meal with its sharp, interlocking teeth, which were well suited for grasping slippery prey. Another hypothesis proposes that the neck served as a counterweight to the large body and flippers, aiding in stability and maneuverability while swimming. When moving at speed, The long neck could help to balance the animal, allowing for more precise turns and movements through the water. The four large paddle-like flippers, powered by immensely strong pectoral and pelvic girdles, provided the primary means of propulsion, likely employing a hydrofoil-like movement, similar to that of sea turtles or penguins. The relatively stiff, powerful tail would have provided some thrust and steering, but the flippers were undoubtedly the main engines. The role of the neck during rapid swimming remains a subject of discussion. While it certainly created drag, its potential benefits in terms of hunting or stability may have outweighed this disadvantage. The immense length of the neck also raises questions about buoyancy and balance. In a marine environment, controlling one's position in the water column is crucial. The density of the neck compared to the rest of the body and the presence of air in the lungs would all have played a role in how Elasmosaurus maintained its depth. It's possible that Elasmosaurus was a relatively shallow water hunter, operating in the upper parts of the water column, where its neck could be most effectively utilized for spotting and capturing prey. The evolution of such an extreme neck in a marine predator is a testament to the diverse pathways taken by life in adapting to aquatic environments, demonstrating a unique solution to the challenges of hunting in the open ocean. The precision of its strikes, the strength required to manage such a long appendage, and the hydrodynamics of its movement all point to a creature exquisitely adapted to its niche, a truly iconic inhabitant of the ancient seas. The story of Elasmosaurus is not merely a biological one. It is also a pivotal chapter in the history of paleontology, particularly in the late 19th century, when the field was rapidly developing in the United States. Its discovery, steeped in the drama of the Bone Wars, forever cemented its place in the annals of scientific exploration. The first Elasmosaurus fossil was unearthed in 1867 by an army surgeon named Theophilus H. Turner near Fort Wallace, Kansas. Turner, recognizing the significance of his find, sent specimens to Edward Drinker Cope, a prominent paleontologist of the era, and a fierce rival of Othniel Charles Marsh. This discovery was not just another fossil. It was a nearly complete skeleton, an incredibly rare and valuable find for the time. However, the initial reconstruction of Elasmosaurus by Cope himself became a legendary blunder and a source of intense embarrassment. Due to the unusual nature of the skeleton, particularly the extraordinarily long series of cervical vertebrae, Cope mistakenly placed the skull at the end of the tail, believing the long neck to be the tail and the short tail to be the neck. This egregious error was quickly pointed out by his rival, Othniel Charles Marsh, who, upon examining Cope's published reconstruction, correctly identified the anatomical mistake. Marsh's public exposure of Cope's error fueled the already heated Bone Wars, a period of intense, often unethical competition between the two paleontologists to discover and name new dinosaur and fossil species. This incident, while humiliating for Cope, highlighted the challenges of interpreting fossil remains and the importance of meticulous anatomical study. It also, perhaps ironically, brought significant public attention to Elasmosaurus and the burgeoning field of paleontology. Following this initial misstep, scientific understanding of Elasmosaurus evolved significantly. As more Plesiosaur fossils were discovered and studied, a clearer picture of their anatomy and evolutionary relationships began to emerge. Paleontologists painstakingly re-examined the existing Elasmosaurus material, comparing it to other long-necked Plesiosaurs and developing a more accurate understanding of its skeletal structure. This process involved detailed analyses of the vertebral column, limb girdles, and skull, gradually refining the scientific consensus on its appearance and lifestyle. The initial swan-like depictions gave way to more scientifically informed reconstructions, showing a more rigid neck, a powerful body, and paddle-like flippers, aligning with the biomechanical constraints of such a large marine animal. This shift in scientific representation reflects the dynamic nature of paleontology, where hypotheses are constantly tested and refined as new evidence comes to light. Beyond the scientific literature and museum halls, Elasmosaurus has enjoyed a rich and varied representation in popular culture. Its striking appearance, The impossibly long neck, the large body, and the 4 powerful flippers makes it an ideal subject for media portrayal. It has frequently appeared in dinosaur documentaries, often depicted as a graceful, if somewhat mysterious, inhabitant of the prehistoric oceans. These portrayals, while sometimes taking liberties with scientific accuracy for dramatic effect, have largely contributed to public awareness and fascination with marine reptiles. From animated children's shows to more serious paleontological explorations, Elasmosaurus often serves as a poster child for the incredible diversity of life that existed millions of years ago. It has also made appearances in books, comics, and even video games, where it might be an antagonist or a gentle giant of the depths. Toys and models of Elasmosaurus are common, appealing to children and collectors alike, further cementing its iconic status. The enduring image of a long-necked sea monster, often attributed to descriptions of Plesiosaurs, has been deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness, even influencing modern cryptozoological tales of lake monsters like Nessie, a connection that highlights the profound impact these ancient creatures have had on human imagination. The very existence of such an unusual animal challenges our preconceived notions of what forms life can take, pushing the boundaries of what we might consider possible in the natural world. In museums around the globe, Elasmosaurus skeletons or casts are frequently a star attraction, inviting visitors to marvel at its immense scale and unique anatomy. These exhibits not only showcase the beauty of the fossil record, but also serve as educational tools, explaining the scientific process of reconstruction and interpretation. The story of Elasmosaurus, from its initial discovery and the subsequent Bone Wars debacle to its modern scientific understanding and widespread cultural recognition, is a compelling testament to the enduring power of paleontology. It illustrates how scientific knowledge is built, challenged, and refined over time, and how the incredible creatures of the past continue to inspire and educate us about the long and winding history of life on Earth. The Elasmosaurus remains an icon, a symbol of both the astonishing diversity of life in the Mesozoic seas and the fascinating journey of scientific discovery. Liopleurodon, a name that reverberates with primal power and the sheer scale of ancient marine predators, stands as one of the most formidable and recognizable pliosaurs. Unlike its long-necked plesiosaur cousins, Liopleurodon was a short-necked, robust marine reptile, built for immense strength and speed in short bursts, making it an apex predator of its time. Its massive skull, lined with dagger-like teeth, painted a terrifying picture of a creature perfectly evolved to dominate the Jurassic seas. Yet, despite its widespread fame, much about Liopleurodon remains subject to scientific debate and interpretation, particularly concerning its true maximum size, a topic that has been significantly influenced by popular culture and has fueled ongoing discussions within the paleontological community. Its story is one of incredible predatory prowess and the continuous evolution of scientific understanding, where fragmentary evidence often leads to tantalizing, yet sometimes exaggerated conclusions. The very essence of Liopleurodon's fearsome reputation lies in its skull and the formidable machinery of its jaws. The skull of Liopleurodon was exceptionally large, deep, and broad, forming about 1/5 to 1/4 of its total body length. This proportion alone hints at the immense biting power it possessed. Within this massive bony structure lay a sophisticated array of muscles designed for an incredibly potent bite. The temporal fenestrae, large openings in the roof of the skull, provided ample attachment points for the adductor musculature, the powerful muscles responsible for closing the jaws. These muscles would have been incredibly robust, enabling a bite force that would have been truly staggering, allowing Liopleurodon to crush bone and tear through flesh with ease. The teeth of Liopleurodon were a masterclass in predatory design. They were large, conical, and incredibly sharp, with finely serrated edges or subtle striations that would have aided in piercing and gripping slippery prey. Unlike the multi-cusped or grinding teeth of herbivores, Liopleurodon's dentition was built for one purpose: incapacitating and consuming large animals. The teeth were deeply rooted in the jawbones, providing stability against the immense forces generated during a bite. Like many reptiles, Liopleurodon likely replaced its teeth throughout its lifetime, ensuring a constant supply of sharp weaponry. The pattern of wear and replacement on fossil teeth can provide clues about its diet and feeding habits, though direct evidence is often scarce. Estimating the precise bite force of an extinct animal is a complex endeavor, often relying on comparisons with modern analogues and biomechanical modeling based on skull anatomy. While precise figures are difficult to ascertain, it is widely accepted that Liopleurodon possessed one of the most powerful bites among all known extinct animals, comparable to or even exceeding that of large tyrannosaurids or modern crocodilians. This immense bite force indicates that Liopleurodon was not a picky eater. It was capable of tackling virtually any creature it encountered in its marine environment. Its prey would have been diverse and substantial. Evidence from fossil sites suggests that Liopleurodon preyed upon large fish, such as Ichthyodectids, as well as other marine reptiles, including Ichthyosaurs and even smaller Plesiosaurs. Bite marks found on the bones of other large marine animals from the Jurassic period are sometimes attributed to large Pliosaurs like Liopleurodon, providing tantalizing glimpses into its predatory interactions. It is also theorized that it might have targeted ammonites, large shelled cephalopods, using its powerful jaws to crush their protective shells. Given its size and strength, Liopleurodon was an apex predator, sitting at the very top of the food chain in the Jurassic seas of Europe. The hunting strategies employed by Liopleurodon are inferred from its anatomy. Its streamlined, powerful body, propelled by 4 large, paddle-like flippers, suggests that it was capable of bursts of incredible speed. However, its sheer bulk and massive skull point more towards an ambush predation strategy rather than prolonged pursuit. Imagine Liopleurodon lurking in the murky depths, using the dim light of the ancient oceans to its advantage. Its large, forward-facing eyes suggest good vision, perhaps adapted for low-light conditions or for judging distances during a strike. When an unsuspecting prey item passed overhead, Liopleurodon would erupt from below, using its immense power to launch itself at its victim, seizing it in its crushing jaws. The powerful bite would quickly incapacitate the prey, allowing Liopleurodon to tear off large chunks of flesh or swallow smaller victims whole. The robust skeleton and strong limb girdles indicate that Liopleurodon was built for power over sustained endurance. While it could certainly move quickly when necessary, its primary advantage lay in its overwhelming strength and the devastating impact of its bite. This is in contrast to some of the more slender, long-necked Plesiosaurs that might have been adapted for more agile pursuit or stealthy snatching of individual prey. Liopleurodon was the ultimate marine bulldog, relying on raw power and an overwhelming initial strike to subdue its formidable prey, a true king of the Jurassic depths whose reign was marked by its immense physical prowess and devastating predatory adaptations. The subject of Liopleurodon's size is arguably one of the most contentious and fascinating aspects of its paleontological legacy, largely fueled by its dramatic portrayal in popular media. The most prominent example of this is the highly influential BBC documentary series Walking with Dinosaurs, released in 1999. In this series, Liopleurodon was depicted as an absolutely gargantuan creature, reaching lengths of up to 25 meters or an astonishing 82 feet. This portrayal captured the public's imagination, cementing the image of Liopleurodon as one of the largest, if not the largest, predators ever to exist. However, this specific size estimate was, and remains, a significant exaggeration compared to the scientific consensus. The challenge in accurately estimating the size of Liopleurodon, and indeed many other extinct marine reptiles, lies in the incompleteness of the fossil record. Unlike some terrestrial dinosaurs for which nearly complete skeletons have been found, large marine reptile fossils, especially complete ones, are exceptionally rare. Liopleurodon is known primarily from isolated teeth, vertebrae, skull fragments, and occasionally partial jawbones. Reconstructing a full animal from such fragmentary remains requires careful anatomical comparisons with more complete relatives and relies heavily on scaling principles. The scientific consensus on Liopleurodon's maximum size is far more modest than the "walking with dinosaurs" portrayal. Based on the best available fossil evidence, most paleontologists agree that Liopleurodon ferox, the most well-known species, likely reached lengths of around 6 to 7 meters, or roughly 20 to 23 feet. While still a substantial predator, this is significantly smaller than the 25 meters widely popularized. There are estimates for larger individuals, perhaps up to 10 meters, 33 feet, or even slightly more, based on exceptionally large, but still incomplete, specimens like very large skull fragments or isolated vertebrae. However, these larger estimates are still far from the 82 feet figure. Paleontologists use various methods to estimate the full body length from partial fossils. One common method involves using the known proportions of more complete skeletons of closely related pliosaurs. For instance, if a complete skeleton of a related species shows that its skull makes up a certain percentage of its total body length, then a complete skull of Liopleurodon can be scaled up proportionally. Similarly, the size of individual vertebrae or limb bones can be used as a proxy for overall body size, again relying on established anatomical ratios from more complete specimens. However, these methods have inherent uncertainties, as proportions can vary significantly even among closely related species, and individual variation within a species must also be considered. One of the key pieces of fossil evidence that contributed to the larger size estimates for pliosaurs in general, though not specifically confirmed as Liopleurodon, is the monster of Aramberry fossil discovered in Mexico. This enormous, incomplete skeleton, consisting of parts of a skull, jaw, and several vertebrae, belonged to an incredibly large pliosaur, initially estimated to be 15 meters, 49 feet, or even more. For a time, it was speculatively attributed to a truly colossal Liopleurodon, which contributed to the perception of extremely large pliosaurs. However, subsequent analysis suggests that the monster of Aramberry is more likely a specimen of Plesiosaurus macromerus, or a closely related, undescribed species, not Liopleurodon. While it certainly points to the existence of truly gigantic pliosaurs, it does not directly confirm a 25-meter Liopleurodon. The scarcity of complete large marine reptile fossils is a significant factor in these ongoing debates. The environments in which these animals lived, open oceans, often far from the sedimentary conditions necessary for fossilization, mean that most remains are fragmentary. Carcasses might be scavenged, dispersed by currents, or simply rot away before burial and fossilization can occur. This taphonomic bias means that much of what we know about these magnificent creatures is based on tantalizing fragments, leading to a constant process of re-evaluation and refinement as new discoveries are made and new analytical techniques emerge. The story of Liopleurodon's size is a perfect illustration of the dynamic nature of scientific inquiry. Initial, enthusiastic interpretations, sometimes amplified by media, are gradually refined by rigorous scientific study and the accumulation of more complete evidence. While the popular image of an 82-foot monster may persist, the true scientific picture of Liopleurodon, though perhaps less sensational in its sheer scale, is no less impressive. A powerful, formidable apex predator, perfectly adapted to its role as the king of the Jurassic seas. The story of Tylosaurus, one of the most formidable predators to ever swim the ancient seas, is a tale deeply interwoven with the burgeoning science of paleontology in the American West. Its discovery, piecemeal at first, slowly brought into focus a creature of immense power and fearsome presence, a true apex predator of the late Cretaceous period. The journey from initial bone fragments to the reconstruction of a complete skeletal marvel began in the mid-19th century, a period when the vast, untamed landscapes of North America were yielding an astonishing array of prehistoric life. Explorers, geologists, and burgeoning paleontologists were venturing into territories that, millions of years prior, had been submerged beneath the vast expanse of the Western Interior Seaway, a shallow, epicontinental sea that bisected the continent. One of the earliest significant finds attributed to Tylosaurus can be traced back to the 1970s, though at the time its true identity was not fully understood. The initial discoveries were often isolated vertebrae or jaw fragments, enough to hint at a large marine reptile, but not sufficient to paint a complete picture. It was the work of pioneering paleontologists like Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope, whose infamous Bone Wars captivated the scientific community and the public alike, that truly propelled the understanding of these magnificent creatures. While their rivalry was often bitter and contentious, it undeniably spurred an incredible rate of discovery and description of new species. Marsh, in particular, played a crucial role in recognizing and naming several Mosasaur genera, including Tylosaurus. In 1872, he formally described Tylosaurus proregia, establishing the genus based on a specimen found in Kansas. The name itself, Tylosaurus, meaning knob lizard, refers to the distinctive rostrum or snout extension that was a prominent feature of its skull, a bony projection that some theorize was used for ramming prey or even other large marine creatures. The discovery of more complete skeletons in the ensuing decades allowed for a much more detailed anatomical understanding of Tylosaurus. These finds often occurred in the chalk beds of Kansas, which are rich repositories of marine fossils from the Western Interior Seaway. These chalk deposits, formed from the accumulation of countless microscopic shells of marine algae over millions of years, preserved the bones of creatures that perished in the ancient sea with remarkable fidelity. As more complete skeletons were excavated, paleontologists began to piece together the true scale and features of this giant. It became clear that Tylosaurus was not just a large lizard, but a highly specialized marine reptile, perfectly adapted to its oceanic environment. Its massive size alone was awe-inspiring, with some individuals estimated to reach lengths of up to 50 feet or even more, making it one of the largest known mosasaurs. The anatomical features of Tylosaurus speak volumes about its predatory lifestyle and dominance within its ecosystem. Its most striking feature was, without a doubt, its enormous skull. This skull was not merely large, it was a finely tuned hunting apparatus. The jaws were incredibly robust and hinged in a way that allowed for a remarkably wide gape, enabling the animal to swallow substantial prey whole or to tear large chunks from bigger victims. The teeth were another testament to its predatory prowess. They were conical, sharp, and recurved, perfectly designed for gripping and holding on to slippery prey, unlike some other marine predators that had serrated teeth for slicing. Tylosaurus. Its teeth were built for puncture and secure grasp. These teeth were not set in individual sockets like those of mammals, but were instead attached to the jawbone, a common feature in many reptiles. This attachment, though seemingly less robust than mammalian teeth, was effective for the forces involved in its predatory actions. Furthermore, like other mosasaurs, Tylosaurus possessed an additional row of pterygoid teeth on the roof of its mouth. These backward curving teeth were crucial for helping to pull struggling prey down its throat, preventing escape and ensuring that once captured, a victim had little chance of wriggling free. Beyond the skull, the postcranial skeleton of Tylosaurus revealed further adaptations for a life in the open ocean. Its body was streamlined and elongated, built for powerful propulsion through the water. The vertebral column was strong and flexible, allowing for the sinuous, snake-like movements that characterized mosasaur swimming. The tail was particularly muscular and ended in a powerful, crescent-shaped fluke, much like that of a shark or an ichthyosaur, though this feature was only recognized much later through better preserved specimens and comparative anatomy with modern marine animals. This tail was the primary driver of locomotion, propelling the massive animal through the water with incredible speed and force. Its limbs had evolved into 4 paddle-like flippers, which were used primarily for steering, stabilization, and perhaps bursts of acceleration rather than sustained propulsion. These flippers, though less significant for forward movement than the tail, were vital for maneuverability, allowing the Tylosaurus to make quick turns and adjust its position during a pursuit. The overall skeletal structure suggests an animal that was agile for its size, capable of both sustained cruising and sudden bursts of speed when ambushing prey. The role of Tylosaurus in the western interior seaway ecosystem was unequivocally that of an apex predator. During the late Cretaceous, roughly between 95 and 75 million years ago, this vast inland sea covered much of what is now the central part of North America, stretching from the Gulf of Mexico northwards to the Arctic Ocean. This was a productive and diverse marine environment, teeming with life. The seaway was relatively shallow in places, but deep enough to support a complex food web. Beneath the surface of the warm, sunlit waters, countless species thrived, from microscopic plankton to colossal marine reptiles. Tylosaurus occupied the very top of this marine food web. Its diet was broad and opportunistic, reflecting its immense size and power. Fossil evidence, including stomach contents preserved within Tylosaurus skeletons, paint a vivid picture of its eating habits. These macabre meals have included large fish, such as the enormous Zephactinus, another formidable predator of the seaway, recognized by its long, sword-like pectoral fins and powerful jaws. It also preyed upon other mosasaurs, including smaller individuals of its own kind or other genera, like Cledastes, suggesting that it was not above cannibalism or preying on fellow marine reptiles. The discovery of Plesiosaur bones within Tylosaurus stomachs further solidified its position as a top predator. Plesiosaurs, with their long necks and powerful flippers, were themselves significant predators, but even they were vulnerable to the sheer might of a Tylosaurus. Even marine birds like the flightless Hesperornis have been found in the stomach contents of Tylosaurus, indicating that it would snatch up any available protein source. This varied diet highlights its adaptability and the sheer breadth of its predatory capabilities. It was truly the undisputed king of its domain, a powerful hunter that could tackle almost any creature it encountered in the seaway. The presence of such a dominant predator had profound ripple effects throughout the entire ecosystem. Tylosaurus would have exerted strong top-down control on the populations of its prey species. Its hunting activities would have influenced the behavior and distribution of fish schools, ammonites, and other marine reptiles, likely driving them into areas where they might find some respite from its relentless predation. The ecosystem of the western interior seaway was not static. It was a dynamic environment shaped by climate shifts, sea level changes, and the continuous interplay between predator and prey. Tylosaurus, as a key player, was a part of this intricate balance. Its life history, though much remains speculative, would have involved growing from relatively small hatchlings to gargantuan adults, navigating the dangers of the seaway throughout its development. Younger Tylosaurus would have likely fed on smaller fish and invertebrates, gradually moving up the food chain as they grew in size and power. The sheer energy demands of maintaining such a massive body and powering its relentless hunting would have necessitated a high metabolic rate and a constant search for food. While direct evidence of their social behavior is scarce, it is generally thought that large marine reptiles like Tylosaurus were solitary hunters, perhaps coming together only for breeding purposes. Their formidable nature and the vastness of their hunting grounds might have made extensive social groupings unnecessary or impractical. The extinction of Tylosaurus, and indeed all mosasaurs, occurred at the end of the Cretaceous period, around 66 million years ago, as part of the larger Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event that wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs and a significant portion of marine life. While the exact mechanisms of the extinction are complex and multifaceted, the impact of a massive asteroid strike near what is now the Yucatan Peninsula is widely accepted as the primary catalyst. The ensuing global ecological collapse, including dramatic climate shifts, widespread wildfires, acid rain, and a prolonged period of darkness due to atmospheric dust, would have decimated the food chains that supported these large marine predators. The very environment that had allowed Tylosaurus to thrive for millions of years suddenly turned hostile, leading to its ultimate demise. Today, Tylosaurus remains a captivating subject for paleontologists and the public alike. Its fossils continue to be found, each new discovery potentially adding another piece to the puzzle of its life and times. From the early, fragmented finds that hinted at its existence to the magnificent, nearly complete skeletons that adorn museum halls around the world. Tylosaurus stands as a testament to the incredible diversity and power of life in Earth's ancient oceans. It was a true marine leviathan, a fearsome mosasaur that ruled the waves of the western interior seaway for millions of years, leaving behind a legacy of fossilized might that continues to inspire wonder and scientific inquiry. Its story is a powerful reminder of the dynamic nature of life on Earth and the profound impact that a dominant predator can have on an entire ecosystem, even across the vastness of geological time. The knob lizard was indeed a creature of immense significance, a silent guardian of the ancient seas whose reign has left an indelible mark on the fossil record. The story of Platecarpus presents a fascinating contrast to the brute force and imposing size of its more famous cousin, Tylosaurus. While Tylosaurus was built for sheer power and dominating its environment through size, Platecarpus seems to have specialized in agility, speed, and a more nuanced approach to predation. This mid-sized mosasaur, typically reaching lengths of between 15 and 25 feet, represents a different evolutionary path within the mosasaur lineage, one that prioritized maneuverability and a sleek, hydrodynamic form. Its adaptations for speed and quick turns made it a highly effective hunter in the open waters of the western interior seaway, and insights gleaned from remarkably well-preserved specimens have provided an unparalleled look into its biology and lifestyle. The initial discoveries of Platecarpus fossils, like those of many other marine reptiles, were made in the rich chalk beds of Kansas and other parts of the former western interior seaway during the 19th century. Early paleontologists, including figures like Edward Drinker Cope, played a significant role in describing these finds. Cope himself described Platecarpus ictericus in 1871, though the taxonomy of mosasaurs was a complex and often debated subject in those early days. The name Platecarpus itself, meaning flat wrist, refers to the broad, flat carpal bones in its flippers, a feature that hinted at its specialized limb structure. As more specimens came to light, it became apparent that Platecarpus was distinct from the larger, more robust mosasaurs. Its generally more gracile build and proportionally smaller skull suggested a different ecological niche and hunting strategy. The primary adaptations for speed and maneuverability in Platecarpus are evident throughout its skeletal structure. First and foremost, its body was remarkably streamlined and less bulky than that of Tylosaurus. This more slender, torpedo-like shape would have significantly reduced drag as it moved through the water, allowing for greater efficiency in swimming. The skull, while still large and powerful, was not as elongated or massive as that of Tylosaurus. Its teeth were sharp and recurved, indicative of a predatory diet, but they were generally smaller and more numerous, perhaps better suited for grasping smaller, faster prey. The flippers of Platecarpus were particularly well adapted for agility, unlike the massive, powerful paddles of Plesiosaurs, which were the primary means of propulsion. Mosasaur flippers were primarily for steering and stabilization, with the tail providing the main thrust. However, In Platecarpus, the flippers were particularly flexible, especially at the wrist and elbow joints. This increased flexibility would have allowed for more precise control and rapid changes in direction, crucial for chasing down nimble prey in the open water. The flat wrist, from which it derives its name, likely enhanced the paddle-like function, allowing for a broader surface area to push against the water during rapid turns or braking. Imagine a sleek, underwater missile capable of sudden, darting movements rather than a lumbering submarine. Perhaps the most significant adaptation for speed and maneuverability in Platecarpus, and indeed in all derived mosasaurs, was its tail. While early reconstructions of mosasaurs often depicted them with long, tapering, lizard-like tails, later, more accurate reconstructions based on exceptional fossil finds revealed a very different picture. Like sharks and ichthyosaurs, advanced mosasaurs possessed a crescent-shaped tail fluke. In Platecarpus, this caudal fin was particularly powerful and efficient, providing the primary propulsion through sculling motions. The musculature around the tail base would have been immense, allowing for explosive acceleration. The more flexible vertebral column leading to the tail, compared to its robust counterparts, further suggests an emphasis on swift, undulating movements that culminated in powerful tail strokes. This combination of a streamlined body, flexible flippers, and a powerful tail fluke allowed Platecarpus to be an incredibly effective pursuit predator, capable of outmaneuvering many of the creatures it hunted. Insights from well-preserved specimens have revolutionized our understanding of Platecarpus. One of the most famous and scientifically invaluable specimens is the Lane specimen, discovered in the chalk beds of Kansas in the early 2000s. This fossil, named after its discoverer, amateur paleontologist Charles Bonner, is a remarkable find because it preserved not only the complete skeleton, but also extensive soft tissues. Such preservation is exceedingly rare for marine reptiles and offers an unprecedented window into the biology of these ancient creatures. The Lane specimen, now housed at the Sternberg Museum of Natural History in Hays, Kansas, revealed extraordinary details. For the first time, paleontologists could definitively see the outline of Platecarpus' body, confirming its sleek, torpedo-like shape. Crucially, it preserved clear impressions of the tail fluke, settling decades of debate about mosasaur tail morphology and unequivocally demonstrating the presence of a powerful, bilobed caudal fin, much like that of a shark. This discovery was a game-changer, showing that mosasaurs were far more specialized for aquatic life than previously imagined, capable of fast, sustained swimming. Beyond the body outline and tail fluke, the Lane specimen also provided tantalizing glimpses of other soft tissues. Impressions of scaly skin were found, indicating that Platecarpus, like modern reptiles, was covered in scales, rather than smooth skin like some marine mammals. These scales were not necessarily large, overlapping plates, but rather small, granular scales that would have further contributed to its hydrodynamic profile. The presence of these skin impressions allowed for more accurate reconstructions of Platecarpus' appearance, moving beyond mere skeletal interpretations to a more lifelike representation. Perhaps even more fascinating were the insights into Platecarpus' internal anatomy and diet offered by the Lane specimen. While specific stomach contents were not as clearly preserved as in some other mosasaur finds, the overall condition of the specimen allowed for detailed analysis of its skeletal adaptations for feeding. The relatively slender jaws and sharper teeth, compared to the bone-crushing dentition of Tylosaurus, suggest a diet composed of smaller, faster prey. This would have included schooling fish, squid, and perhaps even ammonites, which were abundant in the western interior seaway. Its agility would have allowed it to dart into schools of fish, snatching individuals, or pursue cephalopods with swift precision. This contrasts sharply with Tylosaurus's strategy of ambushing and overpowering larger, tougher prey. Other well-preserved Platecarpus specimens have also contributed significantly to our knowledge. For instance, some fossils have preserved gastroliths, or stomach stones, within the abdominal cavity. These stones are thought to have served various purposes in marine reptiles, including aiding buoyancy control or assisting in the digestion of tough food items. While not unique to Platecarpus, their presence in multiple specimens further illustrates the intricacies of its digestive system and its adaptations to a marine diet. The detailed preservation of the vertebral column in some finds has also allowed for a more precise understanding of its flexibility and how the tail muscles would have attached, providing further evidence for its powerful swimming capabilities. The collective evidence from these remarkable fossils paints a picture of Platecarpus as a highly successful and widespread predator in the western interior seaway. It occupied a different ecological niche than the larger Mosasaurs, avoiding direct competition by specializing in a different type of prey and a different hunting strategy. While Tylosaurus was the great white shark of its time, an apex predator that hunted large, powerful animals, Platecarpus might be thought of more like a large, agile dolphin or a modern-day barracuda, a sleek and swift hunter of smaller, quicker prey. Its relative abundance in the fossil record suggests that this strategy was highly successful for millions of years. The discovery of Platecarpus remains a testament to the incredible diversity of mosasaurs and their remarkable evolutionary success in dominating the late Cretaceous marine environments. Each new find, particularly those with soft tissue preservation, unlocks further secrets about these magnificent creatures. The Lane specimen, in particular, stands as a monumental achievement in paleontology, offering a rare glimpse into the true appearance and locomotor capabilities of a creature that swam the ancient seas millions of years ago. It underscores the importance of both scientific rigor and the dedicated efforts of fossil hunters, whose patient work brings these long-lost giants back to light, allowing us to marvel at their adaptations and understand their crucial role in the prehistoric ecosystems of our planet. Platecarpus, the agile mosasaur, continues to be a subject of intense study and fascination, reminding us that the deep history of life on Earth is full of surprising adaptations and evolutionary ingenuity. The colossal marine reptiles of the Jurassic World Park, most notably the magnificent Mosasaurus, were truly the apex predators of their aquatic domain. Understanding their feeding strategies and dietary preferences is a fascinating dive into the biology of creatures that occupied a niche unlike anything seen in modern oceans. These were not just large animals, they were sophisticated hunters, adapted over eons to dominate the deep. The most prominent marine reptile in the Jurassic World lore, the Mosasaurus, exhibited a feeding strategy that was nothing short of spectacular. Its sheer size alone dictated that it would be a significant consumer in any ecosystem it inhabited. In the context of the Jurassic World lagoon, its diet was deliberately controlled, though its natural instincts often shone through in dramatic fashion. One of the most memorable examples of its hunting prowess involved the consumption of a great white shark, a creature that, while formidable in its own right, was rendered utterly helpless in the face of the Mosasaurus's power. This single incident, observed by millions, underscored the Mosasaurus's position at the very top of the food chain within the park's curated environment. Beyond the spectacle, it also hinted at the sheer volume of biomass these animals would have needed to sustain themselves. A great white, weighing perhaps over 2,000 pounds, would be a substantial meal, yet for a creature that could easily reach 60 feet or more, and possibly much larger in the Jurassic World iteration, it was likely a mere snack to maintain its immense metabolism. The types of prey available to a free-ranging Mosasaurus in a prehistoric ocean would have been vast. Its primary diet would undoubtedly have consisted of large fish, including ancient sharks and bony fish, which were abundant in the late Cretaceous seas. Its teeth, conical and sharp, were perfectly suited for gripping slippery, struggling prey. These teeth were not designed for slicing or chewing in the way a shark's serrated teeth might be, but rather for holding and tearing. The Mosasaurus likely swallowed its prey whole or in large pieces, a common feeding strategy among many large aquatic predators. The ability to unhinge its jaw, similar to snakes, would have allowed it to consume surprisingly large meals relative to its mouth size. This mechanism, combined with a flexible skull, meant that a Mosasaurus could tackle prey items that, to a human observer, would seem impossibly large to ingest. Beyond fish and sharks, the prehistoric oceans were teeming with other marine reptiles, and it is highly probable that a creature of the Mosasaurus's size and predatory nature would have preyed upon smaller or even juvenile marine reptiles. This could include smaller Mosasaurs, Plesiosaurs, or Ichthyosaurs if they coexisted in certain environments. The concept of intraspecific predation, where larger individuals of a species prey on smaller ones, or interspecific predation between different types of marine reptiles, is not unusual in natural ecosystems, especially among apex predators. The sheer power of its bite, estimated to be immense, would have allowed it to crush bone and cartilage with ease, making even armored prey vulnerable. The hunting methods employed by the Mosasaurus in Jurassic World were often observed to be ambush-oriented. It would lie in wait, often deep beneath the surface, and then burst forth with incredible speed and power to snatch its unsuspecting victim. This was most vividly demonstrated during its public feedings, where it would launch itself out of the water to seize its suspended meal. This explosive attack style suggests a creature capable of incredible bursts of acceleration, a necessary adaptation for a predator that relies on surprise and brute force. While it might have been able to pursue prey over short distances, its primary advantage appears to have been its ability to quickly close the distance and overpower its targets. The ability to launch itself out of the water suggests an impressive tail musculature, capable of generating enormous thrust, and a sophisticated hydrodynamic form that minimized drag during its rapid ascent. Evidence for these feeding strategies, in a real paleontological context, often comes from fossilized stomach contents. While we don't have direct fossil evidence from the specific Jurassic World Mosasaurus, paleontologists have discovered such evidence in real fossil mosasaurs. These findings have revealed the remains of fish, sharks, and even other mosasaurs within their digestive tracts, providing concrete proof of their varied diet. The presence of large, fragmented bones suggests that these animals were not particularly selective about which parts of their prey they consumed, indicative of a powerful digestive system capable of breaking down tough material. In a scientific context, studying the coprolites, or fossilized feces, of these creatures can also offer clues about their diet, though the resolution of such evidence can vary. Tooth morphology provides another critical piece of the puzzle when analyzing the feeding strategies of these animals. The Mosasaurus had distinctive, conical teeth, often described as sharp, which were perfect for piercing and gripping. Unlike the serrated teeth of a T-Rex or the shearing teeth of a modern shark, the Mosasaurus's teeth were more akin to those of a crocodile or a large python. They were designed for holding on to struggling prey, preventing escape, and then allowing the animal to manipulate the prey for swallowing. The teeth were set in individual sockets, and they would be continuously replaced throughout the animal's life, ensuring a constant supply of sharp implements for hunting. This constant replacement mechanism is common in many predatory reptiles and sharks, a necessary adaptation for animals whose teeth are under immense stress during feeding. The strength of the jaw muscles, combined with the interlocking nature of the teeth when the mouth was closed, would have created a formidable trap from which few creatures could escape once caught. The sheer metabolic demands of a creature as large as the Jurassic World Mosasaurus would necessitate a significant intake of calories. While we don't have precise information on their metabolic rate within the fictional universe, it is reasonable to assume that, like many active large predators, they would require frequent and substantial meals. Whether they were endothermic, capable of maintaining a higher internal body temperature, or ectothermic, relying on external heat sources, would significantly impact their feeding frequency. If they were endothermic, their caloric needs would be even greater, requiring them to be incredibly efficient hunters. The size and activity level portrayed in the films suggest a creature with a high metabolic rate, necessitating consistent access to large prey. The efficiency with which the park provided these creatures with food, often in the form of large, pre-killed animals, would have been critical to maintaining their health and controlling their behavior. Considering the ecological implications within the Jurassic World lagoon, the presence of a single dominant Mosasaurus created a relatively simple food web. Its existence, as the undisputed apex predator, meant that any other large organisms introduced into its territory would quickly become potential prey. This was a deliberate design choice within the park, allowing for controlled public demonstrations of its power. However, in a natural, prehistoric ocean, Mosasaurs would have been part of a much more complex ecosystem, interacting with a wider variety of predators and prey and facing competition from other large marine creatures. The dynamics of these ancient food webs were intricate, with different species specializing in different prey types or hunting at different depths to reduce direct competition. In summary, the feeding strategies of the Jurassic World Mosasaurus were characterized by immense power, speed, and an ability to ambush and overwhelm large prey. Its diet was broad, encompassing fish, sharks, and potentially other marine reptiles, all facilitated by its specialized tooth morphology and jaw mechanics. The spectacle of its hunting in the park served not just as entertainment, but as a stark reminder of the incredible predatory adaptations that allowed these magnificent creatures to rule the ancient seas. The evidence, whether from cinematic depictions or real-world paleontological findings, paints a picture of a formidable and efficient hunter, perfectly designed for its role at the very pinnacle of the marine food chain. Its existence was a testament to evolutionary success, a testament to millions of years of adaptation to become the ultimate aquatic predator, a true leviathan of the deep. The reproduction and life cycles of the magnificent marine reptiles in the Jurassic World universe, particularly the awe-inspiring Mosasaurus, present a fascinating area for speculation and scientific inference. While the films themselves offer limited explicit details on these biological processes, we can draw upon our understanding of real-world paleontology, modern reptile biology, and the implied capabilities of the creatures within the Jurassic World narrative to construct a compelling picture. The question of how these colossal leviathans brought forth new life, grew to their immense sizes, and perhaps even nurtured their young, adds another layer of wonder to their already captivating presence. One of the most critical aspects of marine reptile reproduction is the choice between oviparity, or egg-laying, and viviparity, or live birth. For a fully aquatic creature as immense as the Jurassic World Mosasaurus, the notion of returning to land to lay eggs, as sea turtles do, presents an almost insurmountable challenge. Imagine a creature 60 feet or more in length, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, attempting to haul itself onto a beach. The sheer physical effort would be enormous, and the risk of injury or becoming stranded would be exceptionally high. Furthermore, the eggs themselves would be vulnerable to terrestrial predators and harsh environmental conditions. Therefore, the most scientifically plausible and widely accepted theory for large, fully aquatic marine reptiles like mosasaurs is viviparity. This evolutionary adaptation would have been a significant advantage, allowing them to remain entirely in their aquatic environment throughout their lives. Live birth in the water means that the offspring are born directly into the habitat where they will spend their entire existence, immediately equipped for survival. This adaptation is seen in modern marine mammals like whales and dolphins, and it was a key evolutionary step for many Mesozoic marine reptiles, including Ichthyosaurs and some lineages of Mosasaurs. The fossil record provides compelling evidence for live birth in these ancient marine predators, with instances of embryos preserved within the skeletons of adult females. This direct evidence removes much of the speculation regarding their reproductive strategy. The process of mating for such gargantuan creatures would itself be a spectacle of immense proportions. In the vastness of the ocean, courtship rituals might involve complex displays of agility, vocalizations, or even changes in coloration, although the latter is purely speculative. The sheer size and power of a male and female Mosasaurus engaging in courtship would require a considerable amount of space and likely involve synchronized movements in the water. Given their predatory nature, it is possible that such interactions would be brief and direct, focusing on the primary goal of procreation rather than elaborate, prolonged rituals. The act of copulation itself would occur in the water, requiring specific anatomical adaptations to facilitate successful internal fertilization. Following successful mating, the gestation period for a Mosasaurus would likely be lengthy, commensurate with the size of the offspring. Given the enormous resources required to develop a large, fully functional marine predator, the embryonic development would probably take many months, possibly even over a year. During this time, the female would need to consume vast quantities of food to support both her own metabolism and the rapid growth of her developing young. The precise number of offspring per birth is also a matter of speculation, but for very large viviparous reptiles, a smaller number of larger, more developed young is often favored over a large clutch of small, vulnerable offspring. This strategy, known as K-selection, invests more parental resources into fewer, more robust individuals, increasing their chances of survival. The moment of birth would be a critical event. The young Mosasaurus would emerge from the mother's body already capable of swimming and, critically, surfacing to breathe. Unlike terrestrial reptiles, which must break out of an egg, aquatic live-bearers are immediately in their element. The young would be relatively large at birth, perhaps several feet in length, already possessing the distinctive conical teeth of their parents, enabling them to hunt small prey from an early age. The challenges for a newborn in the ocean are immense, avoiding predators, finding food, and navigating its environment. The size at birth, therefore, would be a key factor in determining survival rates. When considering growth patterns, the Mosasaurus would have exhibited incredibly rapid growth, especially during its early years. To achieve their immense adult size, these creatures would need to grow quickly, capitalizing on abundant food sources. The growth trajectory would likely follow a pattern of rapid early development, with growth slowing down as the animal approached sexual maturity and its maximum size. This accelerated growth would be crucial for escaping the window of vulnerability, where they might be preyed upon by larger individuals or other predators. The skeletal structure would undergo significant development, with bones growing and ossifying to support the massive musculature and withstand the immense pressures of deep water hunting. The continuous tooth replacement seen in mosasaurs throughout their lives would ensure that even as they grew, they always possessed a full set of sharp, effective teeth for catching prey. Lifespan is another intriguing aspect. Large, slow-growing animals often have longer lifespans, but rapid-growing predators can also live for many decades. A Mosasaurus, being an apex predator with few natural threats once it reached maturity, could potentially live for 50 to 70 years or even longer, assuming a relatively healthy environment and sufficient food. This extended lifespan would allow for multiple reproductive cycles over its lifetime, contributing to the species' overall population stability. The question of parental care for mosasaurs in the Jurassic World context is particularly interesting. Most modern reptiles exhibit minimal to no parental care after hatching or birth. The young are often left to fend for themselves from the moment they are independent. However, given the portrayed intelligence and complex behaviors of some of the dinosaurs in the Jurassic World universe, it is plausible to speculate that there might be some degree of parental investment, at least during the immediate aftermath of birth. For instance, the mother might protect her newborn from immediate threats for a short period, or perhaps even lead it to areas rich in small prey. Teaching hunting skills, as seen in some intelligent predators, is less likely for a reptile, but not entirely out of the realm of possibility if the Jurassic World creatures are endowed with heightened cognitive abilities beyond their real-world counterparts. The sheer size and predatory nature of the mother Mosasaurus would offer formidable protection to any young in her immediate vicinity. However, the logistical challenges of sustained parental care for multiple large, rapidly growing offspring in an open ocean environment would be immense, making prolonged care less likely. In a natural ecosystem, particularly for a population of mosasaurs, sexual dimorphism might play a role. This refers to differences in size, coloration, or other features between males and females of a species. While the Jurassic World films do not explicitly highlight sexual dimorphism in the Mosasaurus, in many predatory species, females are often larger than males, especially in ovoviviparous or viviparous species, where the female bears the burden of gestation. This could be an adaptation to allow the female to carry and nourish larger, healthier young. Finally, the challenges of reproduction in a captive environment, such as the Jurassic World lagoon, are significant. The park's single enormous Mosasaurus implied a lack of natural reproduction within its controlled habitat, at least for many years. This could be due to the absence of a mate or deliberate population control by InGen. Reproducing such a large and powerful creature in captivity would require immense resources, specialized facilities, and a deep understanding of their specific needs for mating and rearing young. Stress from confinement, lack of natural stimuli, or nutritional imbalances could all negatively impact reproductive success. If the park aimed to establish a breeding population, it would need to replicate a vast, complex marine environment and potentially introduce multiple individuals of both sexes. In essence, the life cycle of a Jurassic World Mosasaurus, rooted in the likely reality of its prehistoric ancestors, paints a picture of a viviparous, rapidly growing, long-lived marine superpredator. Their adaptation to live birth in the open ocean was a pivotal evolutionary leap, allowing them to fully conquer the aquatic realm. While the extent of parental care remains speculative within the Jurassic World narrative, their journey from birth to maturity would be one of constant growth and escalating predatory prowess, culminating in their dominance as the undisputed rulers of the prehistoric seas, and indeed, the simulated ocean of the park. The majestic marine reptiles showcased in Jurassic World, particularly the colossal Mosasaurus, stir the imagination when one ponders their lives beyond the impressive spectacle of a staged feeding. While the films often present them as solitary apex predators, the reality of biological complexity, even for these magnificent prehistoric creatures, likely points to a far more nuanced social fabric. Understanding their group behavior and communication styles is a fascinating endeavor, drawing heavily on what we know about their ancient cousins and, perhaps more importantly, their modern counterparts inhabiting the vast oceans today. One might initially theorize that a creature as massive and dominant as the Mosasaurus would lead a largely solitary existence, much like a modern-day great white shark or some of the larger baleen whales. After all, an animal of that size requires an immense amount of food, and sharing resources in a group could be a significant disadvantage in the competitive marine environment. Such a solitary lifestyle would mean encounters with others of their kind would primarily be for reproduction or territorial disputes. In this scenario, social interactions would be brief, intense, and often decisive. Mating rituals might involve elaborate displays of power and size, with males competing fiercely for the right to breed. Parental care, if it existed, might be minimal, perhaps limited to depositing eggs in a safe location or a brief period of protection for young hatchlings. If indeed they laid eggs and didn't give live birth like some of their relatives or modern marine mammals. However, the ocean is a diverse place, and even solitary hunters often engage in aggregation for specific purposes. Consider the schooling behavior of fish, or the temporary gatherings of sharks around a food source. For marine reptiles, even if generally solitary, moments of shared bounty, like a large whale carcass, could have led to temporary, uneasy truces among multiple individuals. These brief gatherings, while not truly social in the cooperative sense, would still necessitate a rudimentary form of communication to avoid constant, energy-sapping conflict. Perhaps visual cues, such as fin displays or body posturing, would signal dominance or submission. Or, given their impressive sense of smell, chemical signals might have been employed to communicate individual presence or reproductive state. Moving beyond the purely solitary model, one could speculate about the existence of smaller, more stable social units. Perhaps mating pairs would stay together for a season or longer, sharing hunting grounds and even cooperating in bringing down larger prey. The advantage here would be a combined effort to secure resources that a single individual might struggle with. Imagine a pair of Mosasaurus working in tandem to corner a large group of sharks or a pod of smaller marine reptiles. This level of cooperation, while demanding higher cognitive function and complex communication, is not unprecedented in the animal kingdom. Wolves, for instance, form packs to hunt prey larger than any individual could manage alone. For marine reptiles, such as the more agile Pliosaurs or Ichthyosaurs, which were more streamlined and perhaps hunted faster-moving prey, small family groups or pods akin to modern dolphins or orcas could have been highly effective. These groups, whether temporary or more permanent, would require sophisticated communication. In the underwater world, sound travels far and fast. It's highly probable that marine reptiles developed a range of vocalizations for various purposes. Just as whales and dolphins use clicks, whistles, and complex songs for navigation, hunting, and social cohesion, marine reptiles might have produced their own repertoire of sounds. Low-frequency rumbles, capable of traveling dozens or even hundreds of miles, could have been used for long-distance communication, perhaps to announce a successful hunt, to warn off rivals, or to coordinate movements across vast stretches of ocean. Higher-frequency clicks might have served for echolocation, allowing them to navigate in murky waters or locate prey in the dark depths, much like toothed whales. The impressive size of some of these creatures would certainly suggest the capacity for producing powerful sounds. Imagine the deep, resonant call of a Mosasaurus echoing through the water, a sound designed to intimidate rivals or attract mates from afar. Visual communication, though limited by water clarity and light penetration, would still play a role, especially in closer quarters. The vibrant coloration seen in some modern marine animals, often linked to breeding displays or species recognition, could have been present in marine reptiles. Perhaps differences in skin patterns, the flash of a powerful tail fin, or the opening of a cavernous mouth in a threat display could have conveyed messages. The Mosasaurus, with its powerful jaws and rows of formidable teeth, could certainly have used its gaping maw as a potent visual deterrent. The sleek, agile Ichthyosaurs might have engaged in synchronized swimming displays, a form of non-vocal communication seen in many schooling fish and dolphin pods, potentially signaling group cohesion or even confusing predators. Beyond sound and sight, chemical communication, though less intuitive for us to perceive, is a fundamental aspect of marine life. Pheromones released into the water could have conveyed vital information: the presence of a receptive female, the territorial boundaries of a dominant male, or an alarm signal warning of danger. Many fish and marine invertebrates rely heavily on chemical cues for navigation, mating, and predator avoidance. For large, wide-ranging marine reptiles, a well-developed sense of smell and the ability to detect subtle chemical gradients in the water would have been invaluable for tracking prey, finding mates, and avoiding competitors. Tactile communication, while restricted to direct physical contact, would have been important in close-range interactions, particularly during courtship, mating, or interactions between mother and offspring. The gentle nudge of a snout, a rub against a flank, or a playful chase could all have served to reinforce social bonds or convey intent. For massive creatures like the Mosasaurus, even a subtle touch would have carried significant weight. Comparing these hypothetical social behaviors and communication methods with modern marine animals offers fascinating insights. Whales and dolphins, with their complex social structures and highly developed acoustic communication provide perhaps the most compelling parallels. Orcas, for instance, live in stable, matriarchal pods, hunt cooperatively, and possess distinct dialects specific to their family groups. While the cognitive abilities of marine reptiles likely differed significantly from those of cetaceans, the pressures of an aquatic existence, the need to find food, avoid predators, and reproduce, would have driven convergent evolution of similar solutions. The cooperative hunting strategies of orcas, where multiple individuals work together to herd fish or take down large marine mammals, could be mirrored in the behavior of predatory marine reptiles. Sharks, though generally solitary, exhibit complex social behaviors around abundant food sources, forming temporary aggregations where dominance hierarchies are established and communicated through body language. Sea turtles, while solitary for much of their lives, aggregate in vast numbers for mating and nesting, relying on chemical cues and perhaps vocalizations during these crucial periods. Seals and sea lions, often forming large colonies on land, engage in intricate social interactions, using a combination of vocalizations, visual displays, and tactile communication to establish territories, attract mates, and care for their young. Even fish, often considered less intelligent, exhibit highly organized schooling behaviors, using lateral lines to sense water displacement from their neighbors, allowing for synchronized movements that confuse predators. The very nature of the Jurassic World marine reptiles, particularly the Mosasaurus, suggests a creature positioned at the top of its food chain. Such an apex predator might not have faced the same pressures for complex social structures as, say, a filter-feeding whale. However, the sheer size and power of the Mosasaurus would mean that encounters with other individuals of its kind would be monumental. Avoiding conflict where possible would be advantageous, preserving energy and preventing injury. This would necessitate clear signals of dominance, submission, or intent. A Mosasaurus might communicate its ownership of a particular hunting ground through deep vocalizations, warning off intruders. Conversely, a smaller or younger individual might display submissive postures to avoid confrontation with a larger, more dominant rival. Furthermore, the Jurassic World context introduces an interesting layer. These are creatures created and maintained in captivity. Their behavior in the controlled environment of the park might offer clues, albeit artificial ones, about their natural tendencies. The impressive leaps and controlled movements of the Mosasaurus during its feeding shows suggest a level of trainability and responsiveness that implies a capacity for learning and, potentially, a rudimentary form of communication with its human handlers. This responsiveness, even if a result of operant conditioning, hints at an underlying cognitive flexibility that could support more complex social interactions in a wild setting. Ultimately, while the grand spectacle of the Mosasaurus in Jurassic World emphasizes its solitary power, a deeper dive into the principles of marine biology and animal behavior suggests a rich, albeit speculative, tapestry of social interactions and communication. From solitary behemoths marking vast territories with sonic declarations to cooperative hunters coordinating their attacks with intricate vocalizations, the underwater world of marine reptiles was likely a dynamic soundscape filled with signals conveying everything from danger to courtship. The fascinating interplay between their ancient physiology and the demands of their aquatic environment would have shaped social behaviors that, while lost to time, can be glimpsed through the lens of modern marine life, reminding us that even the most fearsome predators are part of a larger, intricate biological story. The captivating marine reptiles of Jurassic World, particularly the awe-inspiring Mosasaurus, stand as testaments to nature's incredible ability to engineer life forms perfectly suited to their environment. Moving from a terrestrial or semi-aquatic existence to a fully marine lifestyle demands a complete overhaul of an animal's physiology, a series of intricate adaptations that allow survival and thriving in the dense, dark, and often challenging aquatic realm. from their skeletal structure to their highly specialized sensory organs and incredible diving prowess. These magnificent creatures represent the pinnacle of marine reptilian evolution. Let's begin with the fundamental physiological changes required for an aquatic existence. The skeletal structure of a marine reptile like the Mosasaurus is a prime example of this transformation. Unlike their land-dwelling ancestors, whose bones needed to be robust to support their weight against gravity, marine reptile bones often exhibit different densities. While some aquatic animals, like whales, have relatively light, spongy bones to aid buoyancy, many marine reptiles, including Mosasaurs, developed denser bones, particularly in their vertebral column. This osteosclerosis, or increased bone density, would have acted like ballast, helping them achieve negative buoyancy and control their depth in the water column, making it easier to dive and stay submerged without expending excessive energy. Their vertebral columns were also significantly elongated and strengthened, allowing for powerful, undulating movements of their bodies and tails, the primary means of propulsion through the water. Their limbs, which were once used for walking on land, transformed into broad, paddle-like flippers, perfect for steering, stabilization, and providing additional thrust, much like the flippers of modern sea turtles or Plesiosaurs. The tail, in particular, underwent a dramatic change, evolving into a powerful, flattened fluke, similar to that of a shark or an Ichthyosaur, generating immense power for rapid acceleration and sustained swimming. The muscular system supporting these skeletal changes was equally impressive. Enormous, powerful muscles would have anchored to the enlarged vertebrae and tailbones, providing the sheer force needed to propel such a massive body through water, a medium far denser than air. The sheer volume of muscle dedicated to locomotion would have been immense, hinting at a metabolism capable of sustaining such incredible physical demands. Fast-twitch muscle fibers would have been prevalent for explosive bursts of speed necessary for capturing prey, while slow-twitch fibers would have supported sustained cruising for long-distance migrations. Respiration is another critical area of adaptation for marine life. Air-breathing reptiles, unlike fish, cannot extract oxygen from water. Therefore, marine reptiles needed highly efficient lungs capable of rapid gas exchange and significant oxygen storage. Their lungs were likely large and capable of holding a substantial volume of air, allowing for prolonged dives. Furthermore, adaptations to their respiratory physiology would have included mechanisms to maximize oxygen uptake and minimize carbon dioxide buildup during breath-holding. This might involve a more efficient capillary network within the lungs, allowing for quick transfer of gases, and perhaps even a tolerance for higher levels of carbon dioxide in the blood, similar to diving mammals. The ability to collapse their lungs during deep dives, expelling air to prevent pressure-related injuries like the bends in humans, is also a likely adaptation, as seen in modern seals and whales. The circulatory system underwent profound changes to support prolonged diving. The diving reflex, a physiological response common in diving mammals and birds, would have been crucial. This reflex involves a drastic reduction in heart rate, bradycardia, constriction of peripheral blood vessels to shunt blood to vital organs like the brain and heart, and a reduction in metabolic rate. Additionally, marine reptiles likely possessed a high concentration of oxygen-binding proteins like myoglobin in their muscles and specialized hemoglobin in their blood. Myoglobin, which stores oxygen directly in the muscle tissue, would have allowed the muscles to continue functioning aerobically, even when blood flow was restricted during a dive. The unique properties of their hemoglobin might have allowed it to carry more oxygen and release it more efficiently at lower oxygen partial pressures. Thermoregulation in water presented a significant challenge. Water conducts heat away from the body much faster than air. While some marine reptiles might have been ectothermic, relying on external heat sources like the sun, for large active predators like the Mosasaurus, gigantothermy was a more probable strategy. Gigantothermy involves maintaining a relatively stable body temperature due to sheer size. The large body mass, loses heat more slowly than it gains it, especially when constantly moving and generating metabolic heat. This would have allowed them to hunt in colder, deeper waters without becoming sluggish. Some theories also suggest the possibility of countercurrent heat exchange systems in their flippers or tails, where arteries carrying warm blood to the extremities run close to veins carrying cool blood back to the body, transferring heat and minimizing loss, a mechanism observed in marine mammals and birds. Osmoregulation, the regulation of water and salt balance, is another vital adaptation for marine life. Living in a saltwater environment constantly threatens dehydration and excess salt buildup. While some marine reptiles, like crocodiles and sea snakes, possess salt glands to excrete excess salt, others might have relied on specialized kidneys to process and excrete concentrated urine, or had lower salt permeability in their skin. Given the varied evolutionary paths, it is likely that different marine reptile groups employed different strategies to maintain their internal water balance. Beyond these internal physiological changes, the sensory adaptations of marine reptiles were incredibly refined, tailored for navigating and hunting in the vast, three-dimensional world of the ocean. Vision in water is inherently different from vision in air. Light attenuates rapidly, and colors are filtered out, leaving a monochromatic blue-green spectrum at depth. Marine reptiles likely had eyes adapted for low light conditions, and possibly for a more monochromatic perception, focusing on contrast and movement rather than color. Large eyes with proportionally large pupils, like those of some ichthyosaurs, suggest excellent vision in dim light, crucial for hunting in deeper waters or at night. Their lenses would have been spherical to compensate for the refractive index of water, allowing for clear focus underwater. Hearing underwater is also distinct. Sound travels faster and further in water than in air. Marine reptiles likely possessed sophisticated auditory systems capable of detecting low-frequency sounds over long distances, which would have been invaluable for long-range communication, detecting the presence of prey or predators, and navigating. While they lacked the external ears of land mammals, their internal ear structures would have been specialized for underwater sound reception, potentially relying on bone conduction through the skull, a mechanism observed in whales. The Mosasaurus, being an immense predator, would likely have been able to detect the subtle movements of its prey from afar through sound. Olfaction, the sense of smell, would have been crucial. The ocean is a chemical soup, and many marine animals rely on chemoreception to locate food, mates, and to avoid danger. Marine reptiles would have had a highly developed sense of smell, perhaps enhanced by specialized nasal passages or Jacobson's organs, allowing them to detect minute chemical traces of blood, decaying matter, or the pheromones of potential mates or rivals. Mechanoreception, the ability to sense movement and pressure changes in water, would also have been vital. While the lateral line system of fish is absent in reptiles, it's possible that marine reptiles developed analogous sensory structures or relied on their sensitive skin to detect vibrations and pressure waves caused by other animals moving through the water. This would have provided them with a sense of touch across their entire body, allowing them to perceive their surroundings even in complete darkness or murky conditions. Finally, let's consider their incredible diving capabilities. The Mosasaurus, with its massive size and powerful musculature, was undoubtedly a formidable diver. The combination of dense bones for negative buoyancy, large oxygen-storing lungs, a highly efficient circulatory system with a diving reflex, and muscles rich in myoglobin would have allowed it to descend to considerable depths and remain submerged for significant periods. The specific depth and duration of their dives would have depended on the species and its hunting strategies. Predators like the Mosasaurus might have made deep dives to ambush prey from below or to access colder, oxygen-rich waters where larger prey might congregate. Other marine reptiles, like the more agile Ichthyosaurs, might have engaged in repetitive, shallower dives in pursuit of fast-moving fish schools. The ability to withstand immense pressure at depth is also a critical adaptation. As an animal dives, the pressure increases dramatically. Air-filled spaces within the body, like lungs, must be able to collapse without damage. The Mosasaurus's robust skeletal structure and potentially cartilaginous elements in its ribcage would have provided resilience against crushing pressures. The shunting of blood away from peripheral areas would also minimize the volume of blood exposed to the highest pressures. In essence, the marine reptiles of Jurassic World represent millions of years of evolutionary refinement. Every aspect of their being, from the density of their bones to the sensitivity of their eyes, was sculpted by the unforgiving yet bountiful marine environment. They were not just dinosaurs of the water, but highly specialized, sophisticated aquatic predators, masters of their domain, embodying a fascinating chapter in Earth's deep-time history of life in the oceans. Their incredible adaptations allow us a glimpse into the physiological marvels required to conquer the vast, blue frontier. The deep history of our planet, spanning hundreds of millions of years, is etched not just in the layers of rock beneath our feet, but also in the incredible fossilized remains of life that once thrived. Among the most captivating of these ancient creatures are the marine reptiles, a diverse group that ruled the prehistoric seas. Their story, pieced together by generations of dedicated paleontologists, has been profoundly shaped by discoveries made at specific, often legendary, fossil sites across the globe. These locations aren't just quarries or dig sites, they are windows into ancient ecosystems, providing invaluable clues about the lives, diets, and evolutionary journeys of Ichthyosaurs, Plesiosaurs, Mosasaurs, and many others. One of the earliest and most famous locations for marine reptile discoveries is the rugged coastline near Lyme Regis in Dorset, England. This part of the British Isles, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site known as the Jurassic Coast, became a hotbed for fossil hunting in the early 19th century. The most iconic figure associated with this era was undoubtedly Mary Anning, a self-taught paleontologist and fossil collector whose astute observations and relentless efforts revolutionized the understanding of marine reptiles. It was here, amidst the crumbling cliffs and shifting shingle beaches, that Anning and her family unearthed some of the first scientifically recognized remains of Ichthyosaurs and Plesiosaurs. Imagine the scene in the 1800s, the powerful waves of the English Channel constantly eroding the Jurassic period rocks, exposing layers of shale and limestone rich with ancient life. Mary Anning, starting her work as a child, became incredibly skilled at identifying fossils in the field. Her major finds included an almost complete Ichthyosaur skeleton in 1811 or 1812, a discovery that astonished the scientific community. Before this, the idea of such massive marine lizards was largely unknown. The Ichthyosaur, with its fish-like body, long snout and powerful tail, immediately suggested a fast-swimming predator, akin to modern dolphins or sharks, but distinctly reptilian. These early finds from Lyme Regis, particularly the Ichthyosaurus genus, were crucial in establishing the existence of these creatures and sparked intense scientific debate about their anatomy and classification. A few years later, in 1821, Anning made an equally significant discovery, the first relatively complete skeleton of a Plesiosaur. This creature, with its remarkably long neck, small head, and 4 large paddle-like limbs, presented a very different body plan from the Ichthyosaur. The Plesiosaur's unique morphology led to considerable discussion and even skepticism among some established scientists, with the famous French naturalist Georges Cuvier initially doubting its authenticity. However, Anning's meticulous work and the subsequent discovery of more specimens confirmed the Plesiosaur as another distinct and fascinating marine reptile group. The discoveries at Lyme Regis, largely driven by Anning's persistent and sharp eye, provided the foundational understanding for both Ichthyosaurs and Plesiosaurs, showcasing 2 very different evolutionary paths to marine life for reptiles. These early finds were not just specimens, they were keys that unlocked new chapters in the story of life on Earth. Moving eastward across the European continent, Another site of extraordinary significance is Holzmarden, Germany. Situated in the Swabian Jura region, the Posidonia shale of Holzmarden has yielded some of the most exquisitely preserved marine reptile fossils anywhere in the world. Unlike many other sites where bones are often disarticulated or incomplete, the conditions at Holzmarden were perfect for exceptional preservation. The deep, anoxic, oxygen-depleted waters of the ancient Jurassic sea floor prevented scavenging and decomposition, allowing for the fossilization of not just bones, but in many cases, impressions of soft tissues like skin, muscle outlines, and even gut contents. The quarries of Holzmarden, particularly the Omden quarry, became active in the late 1800s and early 1900s, primarily for slate mining. However, the miners frequently encountered fossils, and soon systematic paleontological excavation began. The Ichthyosaurs from Holzmarden, such as Stenopterygius and Temnodontosaurus, are world-renowned for their completeness and detail. Many specimens show the outline of the dorsal fin and the fluke, revealing the actual body shape of these animals, which was a revelation at a time when ichthyosaurs were often depicted as more lizard-like. The presence of embryos within the body cavity of female ichthyosaurs provided irrefutable evidence of live birth, a crucial adaptation for fully marine reptiles. These findings shattered earlier misconceptions and provided concrete proof of their aquatic lifestyle from birth. Beyond ichthyosaurs, Holzmarden also yielded beautifully preserved plesiosaur skeletons and a vast array of other marine life, including crinoids, ammonites, and fish. The sheer quality of preservation allowed paleontologists to study fine anatomical details, understand muscle attachments, and even infer dietary habits from stomach contents, showing what these predators were eating. The Holzmarden fossils have been instrumental in understanding the biology, reproduction, and paleoecology of early to middle Jurassic marine ecosystems, offering a level of detail simply not available from other sites. The sheer number of complete, articulated specimens has also allowed for statistical studies of populations and growth series, further enriching our knowledge. Across the Atlantic, the vast expanse of North America also holds crucial chapters in the marine reptile story, particularly during the late Cretaceous period. The Niobrara Formation of Kansas, USA, is perhaps the most famous example. During the late Cretaceous, a vast inland sea, known as the Western Interior Seaway, split North America into two landmasses. This shallow yet extensive body of water was teeming with life, and its muddy bottom became a graveyard for countless creatures, including a spectacular array of marine reptiles. The fossil beds of the Niobrara chalk were extensively explored from the mid-19th century onwards, most notably by paleontologists like Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope, whose intense rivalry fueled many significant discoveries. The Niobrara is perhaps best known for its incredible Mosasaur fossils. These formidable marine lizards, related to modern monitor lizards, were the apex predators of the late Cretaceous seas. Species like Tylosaurus, Platecarpus, and Cledastes are all incredibly well represented in the Niobrara, with many complete skeletons unearthed. These discoveries provided the first comprehensive understanding of mosasaur anatomy, revealing their powerful jaws, sharp teeth, and long serpentine bodies ending in a paddle-like tail. The sheer number of specimens allowed scientists to study variations within species, understand their growth patterns, and even find evidence of pathologies like healed injuries, hinting at the violent struggles of life in the prehistoric ocean. Beyond the mosasaurs, the Niobrara Formation is also a crucial site for late Cretaceous plesiosaurs. Long-necked elasmosaurs like Elasmosaurus plateurus, with its astonishingly long neck composed of more than 70 vertebrae, were first discovered here. Short-necked polycotylids, resembling giant sea turtles in body shape but with powerful flippers, were also found. The Niobrara also preserved the remains of marine birds like Hesperornis and Ichthyosaurus, and a diverse assemblage of sharks, bony fish, and giant sea turtles like Archelon. The Niobrara Formation therefore offers a remarkably complete picture of a late Cretaceous marine ecosystem, showcasing the incredible diversity and interactions of its inhabitants, with Mosasaurs taking center stage as the dominant predators. Further north and west in the United States, particularly in the states of Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. The Liopleurodon, Pierre Shale, is another immensely important late Cretaceous deposit related to the Western Interior Seaway. While also yielding mosasaurs and turtles, the Pierre Shale is particularly renowned for its Plesiosaur finds, especially the long-necked Elasmosaurus. Many significant discoveries of these highly specialized Plesiosaurs have been made here, often with articulated skeletons that provide critical insights into their anatomy and potential swimming styles. The sheer volume of marine reptile fossils from the Western Interior Seaway, spanning the Niobrara Chalk and the Pierre Shale, has been fundamental to understanding the faunal composition, distribution, and evolutionary dynamics of late Cretaceous marine ecosystems across a vast geographical area. The pursuit of marine reptile fossils isn't confined to the classic sites. New frontiers are continually opening, particularly in regions that were once thought to be less productive. China, for example, has emerged as an extraordinary source of early marine reptile fossils, fundamentally rewriting our understanding of their origins and early evolution. Discoveries from formations like the Luoping biota and the Xingyi biota in Guizhou province have yielded a stunning diversity of Triassic marine reptiles. These sites, dating back to the Middle Triassic period, have produced some of the earliest and most primitive forms of Ichthyosaurs, sauropterygians, the group that includes Plesiosaurs and their ancestors, and other enigmatic marine reptiles. The fossils from China often show remarkable preservation, akin to the conditions at Holzmarten, sometimes including soft tissue outlines and stomach contents. What makes these Chinese sites so significant is their age. The Triassic period was a time of major recovery and diversification after the end Permian extinction event, and the marine reptiles found here represent some of the first fully adapted marine forms. The discovery of early Ichthyosaurs with more lizard-like limbs and a less dolphin-like body shape, or sauropterygians with distinct transitional features, provides crucial evidence for the step-by-step evolution of these groups from their terrestrial ancestors. These finds from China have fundamentally pushed back the timeline of marine reptile diversification, showing that they radiated into a wide array of forms much earlier than previously thought, filling various ecological niches in the Triassic oceans, the harsh and remote environments of the Arctic regions. Specifically, places like Svalbard, Norway, Arctic Canada, and parts of Russia have also become increasingly important for marine reptile discoveries. Despite the challenging conditions for fieldwork, these icy landscapes have yielded some truly massive and spectacular specimens. Svalbard, in particular, has become famous for its late Jurassic and early Cretaceous marine reptile fauna. Expeditions led by the Natural History Museum at the University of Oslo have uncovered a wealth of large Plesiosaur and Ichthyosaur fossils, including species like Pliosaurus funki, often referred to as the monster of the north, and well-preserved ichthyosaurs like Ophthalmosaurus. These Arctic finds are incredibly important for several reasons. Firstly, they demonstrate the global distribution of these marine reptiles, indicating that they could thrive in cold, high-latitude waters. This challenges earlier assumptions that they were primarily creatures of warmer, tropical seas. Secondly, the sheer size of some of the Arctic Pliosaurs suggests that these cold waters were highly productive, supporting large apex predators. The preservation quality, despite the geological forces acting upon these rocks, is often good enough to allow for detailed anatomical studies. The ongoing work in these remote regions continues to expand our understanding of marine reptile diversity in extreme environments and their global dispersal patterns during the Mesozoic era. Further south, Australia also contributes significantly to our understanding of marine reptile diversity, particularly from its early Cretaceous deposits. The Amnistor Richmond Group in Queensland is a notable example, yielding a unique assemblage of Australian Plesiosaurs and Ichthyosaurs. These include iconic species like the long-necked Plesiosaur, Kronosaurus queenslandicus, one of the largest known Pliosaurs, and Platypterygius australis, a large ichthyosaur. The Australian finds provide crucial insights into the marine reptile fauna of the southern hemisphere during the Cretaceous, often revealing endemic species not found elsewhere. This highlights the potential for regional differentiation and the impact of geographical barriers on the evolution of marine life. Finally, the phosphate beds of Morocco have, in recent decades, become a prolific source of Mosasaur fossils. Dating primarily to the late Cretaceous and early Cenozoic, these deposits have yielded an incredible abundance and diversity of Mosasaurs, including species with specialized teeth adapted for crushing shellfish, indicating a wider range of dietary habits than previously understood. The sheer number of specimens from Morocco has allowed for detailed studies of population dynamics, growth series, and anatomical variations within Mosasaur groups. While many are fragmentary, the volume of material has been instrumental in refining our understanding of Mosasaur evolution and their eventual demise at the end of the Cretaceous period. In summary, the story of marine reptiles, as revealed through the fossil record, is a tapestry woven from discoveries made at a multitude of remarkable sites across the globe. From the pioneering finds at Lyme Regis and the exquisitely preserved specimens of Holtzmarden, which laid the groundwork for our understanding, to the apex predators of the North American Western Interior Seaway and the ancient origins revealed in China, each site has contributed a vital piece of the puzzle. The ongoing exploration of remote Arctic regions and the prolific beds of Morocco continue to add new dimensions to this fascinating narrative. These fossil sites are more than just quarries. They are crucial archives that continue to yield secrets about these magnificent dinosaurs of the water, constantly refining our understanding of their incredible diversity, adaptations, and their reign in the ancient oceans. The tireless work of paleontologists at these global hotspots ensures that the legacy of these marine titans continues to be brought to light, expanding our knowledge of Earth's deep past. Paleontology, at its core, is the study of ancient life, and for centuries its primary tools were the hammer, chisel, and a keen eye. While these traditional methods remain fundamental, the 21st century has ushered in a new era of technological innovation, profoundly transforming how paleontologists study fossils. Nowhere is this more evident than in the field of marine reptile research, where cutting-edge techniques like computed tomography, CT, scanning, and three-dimensional modeling have revolutionized our ability to reconstruct anatomy, understand internal structures, and even infer the biomechanics of these long-extinct aquatic giants. These advancements allow scientists to glean an unprecedented level of detail from fossils, often without damaging the precious specimens, unlocking secrets that were previously impossible to access. Let's first delve into the remarkable impact of computed tomography, CT scanning. Imagine a fossil embedded deep within a hard, unforgiving rock matrix. In the past, extracting it would have required painstaking, often destructive preparation, with the risk of damaging the delicate bones or even losing small, crucial fragments. CT scanning has changed this paradigm entirely. At its essence, CT scanning uses X-rays to create cross-sectional images, or slices, of an object. By taking hundreds or thousands of these slices from different angles, a powerful computer can then reconstruct a detailed three-dimensional image of the object's interior. For fossils, this means peering inside the rock to see the bones, or even inside the bones themselves, all without touching the specimen. The process is akin to a medical CT scan, but often on a much larger scale, and with more powerful X-ray sources to penetrate dense rock and fossilized bone. When a marine reptile fossil is placed in a CT scanner, the X-rays pass through the specimen and detectors on the opposite side measure how much radiation is absorbed. Different materials absorb X-rays differently. Bone is denser than the surrounding sediment, for example, creating a contrast that the computer can interpret. The data from these scans are then processed to generate a stack of digital slices, which can be viewed individually or compiled into a comprehensive three-dimensional model. The applications of CT scanning in marine reptile paleontology are incredibly diverse and impactful. One of the most significant benefits is the ability to study internal anatomy without causing any damage. Take, for instance, the brain case of a Mosasaur. In the past, understanding the structure of a Mosasaur's brain or the delicate bones of its inner ear would have involved cutting open the skull, a destructive process that is now largely unnecessary. With CT scans, paleontologists can digitally remove the surrounding bone and sediment, revealing the intricate pathways for nerves and blood vessels, the shape of the brain cavity, and the morphology of the ear ossicles. This has provided invaluable insights into the sensory capabilities of Mosasaurs, how well they could hear underwater, their sense of smell, and even their spatial awareness. Similarly, CT scanning has been instrumental in examining the dental structures of marine reptiles. By scanning a jaw or even individual teeth, scientists can visualize tooth replacement patterns, analyze the internal structure of teeth, and understand how they were anchored in the jaw. For creatures like Plesiosaurs, understanding the arrangement of their numerous sharp teeth is crucial for inferring their feeding strategies. For Mosasaurs, which possessed a diverse array of teeth, from cone-shaped to crushing, CT scans have helped elucidate how these different tooth types were adapted for specific diets. Beyond skulls and teeth, CT scanning has been used to study the vertebral columns of marine reptiles. For creatures like Plesiosaurs, with their often extremely long necks, understanding the articulation and internal structure of individual vertebrae is key to reconstructing neck flexibility and movement. CT scans can reveal features like the neural canal, which houses the spinal cord, and the internal bone density, providing clues about the forces these bones experienced during swimming. In some rare cases, CT scanning has even revealed impressions of soft tissues or stomach contents that are otherwise invisible to the naked eye, providing direct evidence of diet or internal organs. For example, a CT scan of an Ichthyosaur fossil might reveal fish bones within the stomach region, confirming its piscivorous diet. Furthermore, CT scanning allows paleontologists to virtually prepare fossils that are too fragile or too deeply embedded in rock to be physically extracted. This means that specimens previously deemed too challenging or too risky to prepare can now be studied in incredible detail. It also facilitates collaborative research, as digital models can be easily shared among researchers globally, bypassing the need to transport delicate and often massive physical fossils. The impact of CT scanning has been nothing short of transformative, allowing for a non-destructive and highly detailed examination of internal structures, fundamentally altering our understanding of marine reptile anatomy and physiology. Hand in hand with CT scanning, three-dimensional, 3D, modeling and printing have emerged as equally powerful tools in marine reptile paleontology. Once a fossil has been CT scanned, or indeed even just surface scanned using technologies like laser scanning or photogrammetry, a highly accurate digital three-dimensional model can be created. This digital model is not just a pretty picture, it's a robust dataset that can be manipulated, measured, and analyzed in ways that were previously impossible with physical specimens alone. There are several ways to create these three-dimensional models. As mentioned, CT scans provide internal volumetric data, which can then be rendered into a surface model. For external surfaces of fossils that are already prepared, laser scanners project light onto the fossil and measure the distance and shape, generating a highly detailed point cloud that is then converted into a mesh model. Photogrammetry, a more accessible technique, involves taking hundreds of overlapping photographs of an object from different angles, and specialized software then uses these images to reconstruct a three-dimensional model. This is particularly useful for documenting fossils in the field or for creating models of very large specimens. Once a three-dimensional model of a marine reptile bone or an entire skeleton exists in the digital realm, the possibilities are immense. For instance, fragmented or crushed fossils, which are common in the field, can be virtually reassembled. Paleontologists can uncrush digitally distorted skulls or rearticulate disconnected vertebrae, creating a more accurate reconstruction of the original anatomy. This is especially important for large marine reptiles like Plesiosaurs and Mosasaurs, whose skeletons are often found incomplete or disarticulated across a wide area. By virtually piecing together these scattered remains, scientists can build more complete and reliable anatomical reconstructions. Beyond reconstruction, three-dimensional models are invaluable for detailed anatomical analysis and measurement. Researchers can precisely measure bone lengths, angles, surface areas, and volumes, allowing for quantitative comparisons between different species or even different individuals within a species. This precision is crucial for understanding growth patterns, identifying sexual dimorphism, or analyzing evolutionary trends. For example, the three-dimensional models of Plesiosaur limbs have been used to study the hydrodynamics of their flippers, simulating how water would flow over them during swimming to estimate their efficiency and propulsion methods. Perhaps one of the most exciting applications of three-dimensional modeling is in biomechanical studies. By creating digital models of bones and joints, engineers and paleontologists can simulate the forces and movements that these structures would have experienced in life. For mosasaurs, three-dimensional models of their powerful jaws and teeth have been used to estimate bite forces, providing insights into their predatory capabilities and the types of prey they could subdue. By analyzing the shape of the brain case and muscle attachment sites on the skull, scientists can even infer the positions and sizes of jaw muscles, further refining these bite force estimates. Similarly, for ichthyosaurs, models of their vertebral columns and tail flukes can be used in computational fluid dynamics simulations to understand their swimming mechanics and how fast they could move through the water. The ability to tour. Three-dimensional print. These digital models adds another layer of utility. Once a digital model is finalized, it can be sent to a three-dimensional printer, which creates a physical replica layer by layer. These three-dimensional prints serve multiple purposes. They can be used for detailed study and handling without risking damage to the original, irreplaceable fossil. Researchers can manipulate printed replicas to test articulation, experiment with different postures, or even create physical models for biomechanical testing. Furthermore, three-dimensional prints are incredibly valuable for education and public outreach. Museums can display accurate replicas of rare or fragile specimens, allowing visitors to touch and interact with a tangible representation of an ancient marine reptile, fostering a deeper appreciation for paleontology and natural history. School groups can handle printed models, bringing the study of ancient life to life in a more tactile way. The combination of CT scanning and three-dimensional modeling has also significantly improved our understanding of soft tissue anatomy. While soft tissues rarely fossilize, the spaces they occupied within the bone, such as the brain cavity, inner ear, or nasal passages, can be accurately mapped using CT data. These digital endocasts provide clues about the shape and size of the brain, which in turn can infer cognitive abilities or sensory specializations. For example, detailed CT scans of mosasaur skulls have revealed insights into the structure of their olfactory bulbs, suggesting a well-developed sense of smell, possibly used for detecting prey in murky waters. The impact of these technological advancements on marine reptile paleontology cannot be overstated. They have moved the field beyond mere description, enabling sophisticated analyses of function, behavior, and evolution. scientists can now reconstruct entire skeletons with greater accuracy, study the minutiae of internal anatomy without destructive methods, and conduct biomechanical analyses that were previously the stuff of science fiction. The digital revolution in paleontology means that fossils are not just static objects of study, but dynamic sources of information that can be endlessly re-examined and reinterpreted using new computational tools. As these technologies continue to evolve, they promise to unlock even more profound secrets from the fossil record, allowing us to paint an ever more vivid and detailed picture of the magnificent marine reptiles that once dominated the oceans of our planet. The ongoing integration of these high-tech tools ensures that the study of these ancient dinosaurs of the water remains at the forefront of scientific discovery. The study of marine reptiles, those magnificent ancient denizens of the prehistoric oceans, is a field brimming with both breathtaking discoveries and formidable challenges. Unlike their terrestrial dinosaur cousins, whose remains are often preserved in ancient riverbeds or floodplains, the journey of a marine reptile fossil from living creature to geological record is fraught with unique obstacles. It is a testament to the incredible forces of nature and the meticulous work of paleontologists that we know as much as we do about these incredible creatures. The difficulties encountered in finding, preserving, and then interpreting these watery giants are profound, often leading to spirited and sometimes heated debates within the scientific community about their lives, their looks, and their very place in the tree of life. One of the primary hurdles in marine reptile paleontology lies in the very nature of fossil preservation in aquatic environments. When a land-dwelling animal dies, its carcass might be scavenged, rot, or be buried relatively quickly by sediment from a flood or a landslide, perhaps turning into a fossil over millions of years. For a marine creature, the process is vastly different. Upon death, a marine reptile's body would typically sink to the seabed. Here, it faces a gauntlet of destructive forces. Scavengers, from fish to invertebrates, would quickly begin to dismember and consume the remains. Currents, both strong and subtle, could disperse bones over wide areas, making a complete skeleton a rare find indeed. The very water itself, often rich in oxygen at shallower depths, accelerates decomposition. Microbes thrive in these conditions, swiftly breaking down soft tissues and even bone. Even if a carcass manages to escape the immediate onslaught of scavengers and decomposition, it then faces the challenge of burial. For fossilization to occur, the remains must be rapidly covered by sediment. This sediment, often mud, sand, or volcanic ash, protects the bones from further decay and scavenging, creating an anaerobic environment where mineralization can begin. In the open ocean, suitable sedimentation rates are not always guaranteed. Many parts of the deep ocean are starved of sediment, meaning a carcass could lie exposed for a very long time, eventually dissolving or being completely destroyed. Shallow marine environments, such as lagoons, estuaries, or near-shore areas, often offer better chances for burial due to higher sediment loads from rivers or coastal erosion. This is why many significant marine reptile finds come from what were once ancient shallow seas, like the Western Interior Seaway in North America, which was a vast, shallow inland sea that existed during the late Cretaceous period. However, even rapid burial doesn't guarantee a perfect fossil. The immense pressure of overlying water and sediment can crush bones, turning what was once a three-dimensional structure into a flattened, two-dimensional impression. This crushing can distort anatomical features, making it incredibly difficult to accurately reconstruct the animal's original shape and size. For instance, the delicate skulls of some Plesiosaurs or the elongated snouts of Ichthyosaurs can be particularly susceptible to this kind of damage, leading to ambiguity in their precise morphology. Imagine trying to understand the intricate structure of a modern dolphin's skull if it had been flattened to the thickness of a pancake. It would be an almost impossible task, and yet paleontologists must attempt similar feats of inference constantly. Furthermore, the very process of mineralization, where organic material is replaced by minerals, can be inconsistent. Some bones might be perfectly replaced, retaining fine details, while others might be poorly preserved or completely dissolved away, leaving only an empty space or a faint outline. This incompleteness is a constant source of frustration and a significant challenge for paleontologists. A missing limb bone, a fragmented skull, or a series of disarticulated vertebrae can make it incredibly difficult to identify a species, let alone understand its full anatomy or evolutionary relationships. It's like trying to solve a complex puzzle with most of the pieces missing and no picture on the box. The fossil record, by its very nature, is a patchy and incomplete library of life's history, and marine environments often exacerbate these gaps. These preservation issues directly feed into the inherent difficulties of interpretation. Paleontology is not just about finding bones. It is about reading the story those bones tell. And when the story is incomplete or garbled by the ravages of time, interpretation becomes a delicate balancing act of evidence, inference, and informed speculation. One of the most persistent challenges is the accurate reconstruction of the soft tissues that surrounded the bones. Skin, muscle, internal organs, these almost never fossilize, leaving scientists to infer their presence and form from muscle scars on bones, comparisons with living relatives, if any exist, or the overall biomechanics of the skeleton. For marine reptiles, this is particularly crucial because features like flippers, fins, or the shape of the body would have dictated their swimming style, their speed, and their predatory prowess. The absence of soft tissue impressions, while rare, can be a major hurdle, leading to widely divergent reconstructions. Think of the iconic dorsal fin of an Ichthyosaur. For many years, its presence was largely inferred from a few rare finds of soft tissue outlines, not from the bony skeleton itself. This leads directly to major debates within the scientific community. For example, the iconic Plesiosaur, with its long neck and 4 powerful flippers, has been the subject of extensive discussion regarding its locomotion. For decades, it was widely believed that Plesiosaurs propelled themselves through the water using an underwater flight motion, similar to sea turtles or penguins, where all 4 flippers beat synchronously or in an alternating fashion. However, the precise mechanics of this movement, whether the neck was held rigidly or was highly flexible, whether it could be used to strike prey from a distance, has been a hotbed of academic contention. Some researchers argue that the neck, despite its numerous vertebrae, was relatively stiff and used more for steering, while others suggest a greater degree of flexibility, allowing for quick, darting movements to snatch prey, perhaps in a snake-like fashion. Resolving this requires sophisticated biomechanical analysis, comparing fossil evidence with living analogues, and often running complex computer simulations, none of which are straightforward, and all of which rely on assumptions about unpreserved soft tissues. The debate is further complicated by the diversity of plesiosaur forms, suggesting that different species may have employed different strategies. Another significant area of debate revolves around the physiology of marine reptiles. Were they warm-blooded, like modern mammals and birds, maintaining a high, constant body temperature? Or were they cold-blooded, like modern reptiles, relying on external heat sources to regulate their metabolism? The prevailing view shifted over time. Early interpretations often cast them as slow, sluggish, cold-blooded creatures, much like crocodiles today. However, as more evidence accumulated, particularly concerning their active predatory lifestyles, high growth rates inferred from bone histology, and their ability to inhabit cooler waters, the pendulum swung towards the idea of at least some degree of endothermy, warm-bloodedness, or mesothermy, a metabolic rate higher than typical ectotherms but lower than true endotherms. The powerful, sustained swimming required by Ichthyosaurs and Mosasaurs, for instance, suggests a high metabolic rate that would be difficult to sustain without internal heat generation. However, direct evidence for this is scarce, usually inferred from bone structure, stable isotope analysis of fossilized teeth, or comparisons of bone growth rings to living animals, leaving room for ongoing discussion and new hypotheses. It is a difficult question to answer conclusively from fossilized bones alone. Reproductive strategies also spark debate. While some fossil evidence, such as an Ichthyosaur fossil with a fetus still inside, definitively proves live birth, viviparity, in at least some marine reptile lineages, the question of how widespread this was and the specifics of their birth process in an aquatic environment are still being explored. Did they come to shore to lay eggs like sea turtles, which is unlikely for fully pelagic forms, those that spent their entire lives in the open ocean? Or did all marine reptiles give birth to live young in the water? The presence of live birth in Ichthyosaurs, which were among the most fully aquatic of marine reptiles, suggests that this adaptation occurred relatively early in their evolutionary history, allowing them to be truly independent of land. However, for other groups, such as some types of Plesiosaurs, the direct evidence is less conclusive, leading to educated guesses based on their skeletal morphology, presumed lifestyle, and the ecological pressures they would have faced. Without direct fossilized evidence of embryos or hatchlings, the arguments remain largely circumstantial. The debates are not just confined to broad physiological or behavioral questions, they extend to the very classification of species. Fragmented or juvenile specimens can be particularly problematic. Is a newly discovered fossil a distinct species, a variation within an existing species, or merely a juvenile form of a known creature? These distinctions are critical for understanding evolutionary patterns, biodiversity, and the relationships between different groups. The famous case of Plesiosaurus funke, often sensationalized as Predator X, illustrates this well. Initially described as a new, gigantic species of Pliosaur from the Arctic, subsequent re-evaluation and comparison with other fossil material led to its reclassification as Plesiosaurus carpenteri, or a similar known species, highlighting how initial interpretations, even with significant finds, can be subject to revision as more data emerges and analytical methods improve. This constant re-evaluation is a hallmark of healthy science, but it also means that the facts are always provisional, subject to change, and often the source of academic contention and spirited debate in scientific journals and conferences. Consider also the initial confusion surrounding the very first discoveries of marine reptile fossils. When the first large fossil bones were found in Europe in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, often in marine limestone quarries, there was no existing framework for understanding such creatures. The Mosasaurus, for instance, found in a Dutch quarry near Maastricht in the late 1700s, was initially mistaken for a whale or a giant fish by some, or even a crocodile by others. It took the pioneering work of comparative anatomists like Georges Cuvier to recognize that these were not only distinct from any living animal, but represented an entirely new group of extinct marine reptiles, an entirely new branch on the tree of life. This highlights the challenge of interpreting fossils without modern analogues, a challenge that still persists to some extent today, especially for truly unique anatomical arrangements like the long-necked Plesiosaurs, which have no direct modern counterparts. The interpretation of diet and predatory strategies also presents significant challenges. While stomach contents are incredibly rare, finds in marine reptile fossils occurring only under very specific and unusual preservation conditions, tooth morphology, jaw structure, and bite marks on prey fossils provide crucial clues. For example, the conical, interlocking teeth of many ichthyosaurs suggest a diet of fish and cephalopods, while the robust, crushing teeth of some plesiosaurs indicate a diet of shellfish or armored prey. Mosasaurs, with their diverse tooth shapes and powerful jaws, likely occupied a range of ecological niches, from fish-eaters to apex predators capable of tackling larger prey, including other mosasaurs. However, inferring specific hunting behaviors, such as ambush predation versus pursuit hunting, Whether a creature hunted individually or in groups, or the dynamics of their social structures, remains largely speculative, based on circumstantial evidence and comparisons with modern analogues, none of which are perfect fits. The fossil record offers tantalizing hints, but rarely the complete story of how these creatures lived. The inherent incompleteness of the fossil record, combined with the destructive forces of the marine environment, means that there are often ghost lineages, gaps in the evolutionary history of marine reptiles where transitional forms are missing. These gaps can make it difficult to trace the precise evolutionary path from terrestrial ancestors back to their fully aquatic descendants. For instance, while we have early, semi-aquatic forms like Plesiosaurus that show adaptations for water, the precise steps by which the streamlined Ichthyosaur body plan evolved from a land-dwelling reptile remain a topic of ongoing research and discovery. These gaps can lead to various hypotheses about the origins and relationships of different marine reptile groups, with new discoveries constantly shifting our understanding and sometimes sparking new debates. Moreover, the sheer scale of some marine reptile fossils presents practical challenges. Extracting a complete skeleton of a 50-foot Pliosaur from a rock face is a monumental undertaking, requiring immense resources, specialized equipment, and a skilled team of paleontologists and technicians. The weight and fragility of the fossilized bones mean that they must be carefully jacketed in plaster and burlap before transport, a process that can take weeks or even months. Once in the laboratory, the painstaking work of preparation, removing the surrounding rock matrix without damaging the fossil, can take years, even decades, for large, complex specimens. This lengthy and expensive process means that many specimens remain unstudied or only partially prepared for extended periods, further slowing the pace of research and interpretation and limiting the number of fossils available for comparative study. The challenges are not just intellectual, but also logistical and financial. In essence, marine reptile paleontology is a captivating but tremendously difficult endeavor. It involves piecing together a jigsaw puzzle where most of the pieces are missing, many are damaged, and the picture on the box is just an educated guess. The debates within the scientific community are not signs of weakness, but rather the very engine of scientific progress. They highlight the interpretative nature of the field and the constant striving for a more complete and accurate understanding of these magnificent creatures that once ruled the ancient oceans. Each new fossil discovery, no matter how small, has the potential to overturn long-held assumptions, spark new discussions, and push the boundaries of our knowledge, reminding us that the history of life on Earth is a story still being written, one fossil at a time. The awe-inspiring marine reptiles of the Jurassic World films, though exaggerated for cinematic effect, stand as a powerful testament to the enduring allure and the profound scientific challenges posed by these enigmatic titans of the deep past. Their reality, shaped by meticulous research and passionate debate, is every bit as incredible as their fictional counterparts. The majestic and often terrifying marine reptiles, particularly brought into vivid public consciousness by the Jurassic World franchise's portrayal of the colossal Mosasaurus, have a long and fascinating history in the human imagination, extending far beyond the scientific discoveries of the past few centuries. Before bones were dug from the earth, before the term dinosaur was even coined, humanity populated the vast, mysterious oceans with creatures of myth and legend. These ancient representations, born of fear and wonder for the unknown depths, laid a foundation upon which, later, scientifically informed depictions would build, profoundly influencing how we perceive these ancient aquatic giants even today. Long before any fossil of a marine reptile was unearthed and identified, humanity's relationship with the sea was characterized by a mix of reverence and terror. The ocean was, and in many ways, still is, a boundless mystery, a place where the familiar laws of the land seemed to vanish. Sailors returned with tales of monstrous leviathans, enormous serpents, and tentacled beasts capable of dragging entire ships to their doom. Myths from diverse cultures around the world speak of sea dragons, krakens, and colossal serpents that coiled around islands or lurked in the darkest abysses. The biblical Leviathan, the Norse Midgard serpent, the Greek Hydra. These were not mere figments of imagination, but attempts to explain the incomprehensible power and hidden life of the deep. These early, amorphous concepts of sea monsters were often composites of known marine animals, exaggerated to grotesque proportions or imbued with supernatural powers. They were terrifying, awe-inspiring, and served as cautionary tales against venturing too far into the unknown. While not directly related to actual marine reptiles, these ancient myths primed the human mind for the acceptance of truly gigantic, predatory creatures inhabiting the world's oceans, setting a subconscious stage for the eventual scientific revelations. The fear of the unknown, deep, populated by unseen horrors, was deeply ingrained. The turning point came in the late 18th and early 19th centuries with the burgeoning field of paleontology. Figures like Mary Anning, a remarkable fossil collector from Lyme Regis on the Dorset coast of England, began unearthing astonishingly complete skeletons of creatures that were clearly reptilian, but adapted to a marine existence. Her discoveries of Ichthyosaurs, sleek, fish-like reptiles with streamlined bodies and powerful tails, and Plesiosaurs, with their long necks and 4 paddle-like limbs, fundamentally changed the understanding of life's ancient history. These were not mythological beasts, but real animals, albeit incredibly ancient and unlike anything alive today. The public, and particularly the scientific community, were captivated. Early scientific illustrations, though sometimes a bit clumsy by modern standards, attempted to depict these creatures based on their skeletal remains. These were often presented as stark anatomical drawings or slightly speculative reconstructions that emphasized their reptilian nature and their adaptation to water, often making them appear like giant lizards with fins. The very strangeness of these finds, so different from any known animal, immediately fired the public's imagination. They were real-life monsters from a bygone era, not merely fabled creatures, lending credence to ancient tales of sea serpents, while simultaneously introducing a new scientific reality. The Victorian era saw an explosion of interest in natural history, and marine reptiles quickly found their way into popular science books, educational lectures, and even public exhibitions. The Crystal Palace dinosaurs, constructed in the 1850s for the Great Exhibition in London, included several marine reptile models, including Ichthyosaurs and Plesiosaurs, though they were often anatomically inaccurate by today's standards, reflecting the limited knowledge of the time and the prevailing belief that many prehistoric reptiles were slow, sprawling creatures. These early, life-sized models were incredibly influential, providing the public with their first tangible representations of these extinct giants. They were often depicted as somewhat cumbersome, crocodile-like creatures, a stark contrast to the sleek, dynamic animals we envision today based on more complete fossil evidence and biomechanical studies. Yet, despite their inaccuracies, they served a crucial role in solidifying the image of prehistoric life in the collective consciousness and sparking a wider public fascination with the deep past. They were a visible, tangible link to a lost world. As the 19th century progressed, marine reptiles began to appear in more speculative forms within literature. Jules Verne's iconic novel, 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas, published in 1870, features a memorable encounter with a battle between an Ichthyosaur and a Plesiosaur glimpsed through the Nautilus's viewport. Verne, ever keen to blend scientific knowledge with adventurous storytelling, depicted these creatures as formidable predators locked in a primeval struggle, a scene of savage, primeval combat. While the specifics of the battle might be scientifically questionable in retrospect, the very inclusion of these marine reptiles in such a widely read work cemented their place in popular culture as powerful, ancient denizens of the deep. Similarly, Arthur Conan Doyle's The Lost World, published in 1912, though primarily focused on terrestrial dinosaurs on a secluded plateau, contributed to the overall fascination with prehistoric life, including the implicit acceptance of such creatures in a world that could hold untold wonders. These early literary depictions often leaned into the monster archetype, emphasizing their size, their ferocity, and their alienness. They were relics of a brutal, ancient past, stirring both fear and wonder in the reader, often serving as dangerous obstacles for adventurous protagonists. The 20th century saw the rise of cinema, and with it, a new medium for bringing these ancient creatures to life. Early monster movies, often B-grade productions from the 1950s and 1960s, frequently featured generic sea monsters that were clearly inspired by marine reptiles, albeit often with significant artistic license. These creatures might be portrayed as mutated horrors or ancient beasts awakened by nuclear tests, tapping into post-war anxieties about atomic power and environmental destruction. While not always scientifically accurate, these films were instrumental in solidifying the image of gigantic, predatory creatures dwelling in the ocean's depths. They fed a public appetite for spectacle and thrills, further embedding the idea of colossal, prehistoric marine predators into popular culture, even if they sometimes confused them with fictional sea serpents or even giant cephalopods. The monsters often represented a primal, untamed force, a threat from the deep. Then came the groundbreaking 1993 film, Jurassic Park. While its primary focus was on dinosaurs, the success of the film opened the door for its sequels and spin-offs to explore other prehistoric creatures, including marine reptiles. However, it wasn't until Jurassic World, released in 2015, that a marine reptile truly took center stage in a major blockbuster. The Mosasaurus, in particular, became an instant icon, depicted as an absolutely gargantuan, almost impossibly large creature capable of leaping out of the water to snatch a great white shark or even a pteranodon from the sky. The Jurassic World Mosasaurus redefined public perception of these animals. It was presented not just as a predator, but as an intelligent, almost theatrical spectacle in the park's aquatic arena, a true highlight of the reconstructed prehistoric ecosystem. The Jurassic World. Mosasaurus is a masterclass in cinematic spectacle, but it is also a prime example of the blurring of lines between scientific accuracy and entertainment. The film exaggerated its size to truly epic proportions, far exceeding even the largest known fossil specimens, and its powerful tail fin was depicted as whale-like, rather than the more eel-like tail thought to be present in most mosasaurs. Its predatory behavior, particularly the dramatic feeding show where it launches itself from the water, became one of the most memorable scenes in the franchise. This portrayal was not strictly accurate. Real mosasaurs were apex predators, but they were not quite the 50-meter-long titans depicted in the film, and their leaping abilities are highly debated by paleontologists, though some speculate that their powerful tails could have allowed for bursts of vertical thrust. Yet, the film's depiction was incredibly effective. It sparked a renewed interest in marine reptiles, making the Mosasaurus a household name and turning it into a symbol of primal power and awe. Children and adults alike were captivated by the sheer scale and ferocity of this creature, leading to a surge in toy sales, merchandise, and general curiosity about these ancient sea giants. It became a global pop culture phenomenon, almost eclipsing some of its more famous dinosaur co-stars in terms of impact. The influence of Jurassic World's Mosasaurus on public imagination is undeniable. For many, it is the definitive image of a marine reptile. It has supplanted the more scientifically conservative depictions in popular media, establishing a new benchmark for what a sea dinosaur can be, even though marine reptiles are not, strictly speaking, dinosaurs. This has its pros and cons. On the one hand, it has undeniably popularized paleontology and sparked a fascination with ancient marine life, inspiring a new generation to learn more about these creatures and perhaps even pursue careers in science. It acts as a gateway, an exciting hook that draws people into the world of prehistoric creatures. On the other hand, it can sometimes lead to misconceptions about their true size, behavior, and ecological roles. The public might assume that all marine reptiles were equally gigantic, or that their hunting methods were always so dramatically explosive, leading to a conflation of cinematic exaggeration with scientific fact. It requires a careful hand from educators and paleontologists to distinguish between the exciting fiction and the even more astounding reality. Beyond the Jurassic World phenomenon, marine reptiles continue to inspire artists and writers across various media. Documentary films, often using cutting-edge CGI and input from leading paleontologists, strive for greater scientific accuracy in their portrayals, showing the creatures in more realistic environments and engaging in behaviors inferred from the fossil record. Children's books and animated series introduce younger audiences to the diversity of ancient marine life, often striking a balance between scientific fact and engaging storytelling, making the science accessible and fun. Video games allow players to interact with and even control these creatures, providing an immersive experience that further cements their place in the collective imagination. Museums continue to mount impressive skeletal displays, allowing visitors to grasp the true scale of these ancient giants in person, complementing the digital representations. The evolution of marine reptile depictions, from vague mythological beasts to scientifically informed and sometimes cinematically enhanced creatures, mirrors humanity's growing understanding of the natural world. They represent the allure of the unknown, the thrill of discovery, and the enduring power of ancient life to capture our imaginations. While the Jurassic World franchise may have taken liberties with scientific accuracy for the sake of entertainment, its contribution to the cultural prominence of the Mosasaurus and other marine reptiles is undeniable. These creatures, whether seen as mythical leviathans or accurately reconstructed fossils, remind us of a truly alien past that once dominated our planet's oceans, continuing to fuel our wonder and curiosity about the vast, deep history of life on Earth. The stories we tell about them, through art and literature, shape not just our entertainment, but also our understanding, however imperfect, of the incredible denizens of the ancient waters. Their roars, reimagined and amplified on screen, echo through the ages, a testament to their enduring impact on the human psyche, forever inspiring awe and a little bit of primal fear of what might lurk beneath the waves.